Chapter 1889. Generally speaking, as the organizer of the conference, it was a matter of course for them to sit at the head of the table. However, it did not mean that just because they hosted a conference, they were qualified to sit at the head of the table. It depended on what kind of occasion it was. What kind of occasion was it now? The main gods and representatives of the various mythical forces that ruled this world were all present, and they sat down, ready to participate in this conference. In the end, a human was sitting at the head of the table, above the gods of all the forces. How could the atmosphere at the scene not become oppressive? At least, many of the representatives of the mythical forces looked at Noah with extremely sinister gazes, and they almost attacked him on the spot. The reason why they did not attack him on the spot was probably because he was a god slayer. Therefore, as the party that had reached a peace agreement with the demons, angels, and fallen angels, the main god of Norse mythology, Odin, looked at Noah curiously and was the first to speak, breaking the silence of the scene. "You are the god slayer who has been rumored to be very powerful recently, right?" The Norse main god who spoke was an extremely old man with a gray beard and a monocle on one eye. As the only ally of the demons, angels, and fallen angels at the scene, Odin had come here to look for Noah before reaching a peace agreement, intending to see for himself what kind of person the human known as the God Slayer was. Unfortunately, at that time, Noah was not in this world, causing Odin's plan to fall apart. However, it also gave Sizax and his Sashel the opportunity to negotiate with the Norse main god and truly reach a peace agreement. Now that he had finally seen Noah with his own eyes, and he was also an ally of the demons, angels, and fallen angels, Odin was naturally the first to speak, breaking the silence and easing the oppressive atmosphere slightly. However, before Noah could answer, Sakra, the highest ruling god of Mount Meru, turned his gaze to Noah. Indescribable emotions fluctuated in his eyes as he said this. "I have to say that you are very bold. A human actually dares to put the title of Godslayer on his head. Because of this, almost every mythical force has a god who regards you as a thorn in their side." Saying this, Sakra, who sounded like he was lamenting and sarcastic at the same time, was a brawny man with a string of Buddhist beads hanging around his neck and was a little slovenly. Although he looked so sloppy, this person was indeed Di-Shir-Tion, the leader of the gods and Buddhas, the king of the gods of Mount Meru, or Indra. However, the feeling that the Di-Shir-Tion in this world gave to Noah was completely different from the feeling that the Di-Shir-Tion in the box gave to Noah. The Di-Shir-Tion in the box court was a completely useless god. However, Noah could feel that Sakra's heart had a part of gentleness and love, making people feel that even if he was a cripple, he was still worthy of the name of Buddha. However, the feeling that the Di-Shir-Tion in this world gave to Noah wasn't the slightest bit in the aspect of gentleness and love of gods and Buddhas. Instead, he had a rather strong sense of existence in the aspect of martial gods. In addition, when he met the Di-Shir-Tion in the box court for the first time, that useless god had already descended from heaven to become a human, and the spirit of the king of gods was greatly suppressed. Therefore, the Di-Shir-Tion in this world was a lot stronger than the Di-Shir-Tion in the box court, who descended from heaven to become a human. However, Noah still had a good impression of the Di-Shir-Tion in the box court. As for the Di-Shir-Tion in this world, Noah didn't have even the slightest bit of good impression. That sarcastic tone really made people a little angry. Thus, Noah also responded indifferently. "There's no need for the famous king of gods and Buddhas to worry. Of course, if you want to protect me a little from those gods who see me as a thorn in their flesh, then that's another matter. No, I'm also a god and Buddha. In front of the great God Slayer, I'm just a prey to be killed. How can I protect you?" Di-Shir-Tion laughed pretentiously. "So, you'd better pray for yourself." This fellow was truly infuriating. "Don't worry about him." Asashel lowered his voice and said to Noah, "The guy's like this. His words are so unpleasant to hear. Moreover, the greater the threat to him, the more unpleasant his words are. I reckon that guy is also testing you. Don't fall into his trap." Even without Asashel's reminder, Noah knew that enchanting was actually deliberately provoking him. In terms of means, this approach wasn't very clever, but it was often very effective. Noah wouldn't be so easily provoked by others. After all, Noah's opponents were all the mythical powers present, not just a god and Buddha. I'll make it clear first. Noah ignored enchanting and looked around at all the gods present. I didn't ask you to attend this meeting because I wanted to play along with you. There's no need to sound each other out. If you have any doubts or dissatisfaction in your hearts, you can directly raise them here. When you're done, I'll talk about my matters. This sentence made all the gods present raise their eyebrows. The way they looked at Noah changed directly. Although Noah's speech was quite arrogant, such a straightforward showdown really caught all the gods off guard. Only one of the three Hindu gods, Shiva, the god of destruction, allowed a laugh. Interesting. In the face of so many gods and Buddhas, you can still be so arrogant. This is the first time I've seen such a human. Just based on this point, no matter if you have really killed a god or not, you are qualified to be on equal footing with us. I'll acknowledge you. Shiva's words made all the gods present slightly change their expressions. No one dared to ignore the words of this god who looked to be only 14 or 15 years old and had very good facial features, just like an underage teenager. Among all the mythical powers, Indian mythology was one of the best. Not to mention others, just looking at the top 10 in the world, even famous mythical powers like Norse mythology, Greek mythology, and Celtic mythology only had one or two names that could enter the list. However, Indian mythology had a total of 3 people occupying the second, third, and fourth places below Orpheus. This situation could be seen. Among the 3 of them, Shiva was one of the strongest, just below Orpheus. Even if other than Orpheus, who was the undisputed first place, the rest were not ranked first. Shiva, who had the name of the god of destruction, was recognized as the strongest. At least, the dangerous aura that Noah's sensory ability feedback told him. Shiva was probably at the top of the 4-digit list. That was why the god of destruction was ranked second in the top 10 in the world. Since the god of destruction had acknowledged Noah, even if the other gods were not convinced, they had to shut their mouths. Zeus, the main god of Greek mythology, could not help but laugh. Since you were recognized by one of the 3 great gods of Hinduism and the god of destruction, little brother, you are really not simple. Zeus was an uncle with a crown on his head, a long robe on his body, and a full beard on his face. The moment the uncle spoke, he gave off a sense of intimacy. It was as if he was a familiar face, which made people wonder if he was the king of gods in Greek mythology. Noah could even hear Athena's unhappy voice in his mind. Annoying men, no matter which world they are in, are always so annoying. This reminded Noah that Zeus was Athena's enemy. Only the half-naked Poseidon, who was sitting next to Zeus, laughed out loud, which made Athena even more displeased. By the way, Poseidon was also Athena's enemy. Of course, it did not refer to this world. At this time, Hades finally spoke. So, great god slayer, what are you planning to do by gathering all the gods of the various mythological forces? As the initiator, Hades took the initiative to cut to the chase. Moreover, he said in a joking tone, undoubtedly, this guy knew everything, but he pretended not to know and was fearless. Noah glanced at Hades and immediately said something that stunned Hades. I have gathered you here mainly for 2 things. First, you should know that the demons, angels, and fallen angels are working hard to promote peace. They want to reach a peace agreement with the various mythological forces, but they have been unable to do so for a long time. So, I hope that you can give me an answer here. Chapter 1890. What? Hearing Noah's words, all the gods present were really stunned. Not to mention the gods of the various mythical forces, even the representatives of the demons, angels, and fallen angels such as Asashel, Sazax, and Michael were stunned and then became anxious. Noah, Asashel said in shock. Without giving Asashel a chance to speak, Noah directly stretched out his hand and blocked all of Asashel's words. I know, this kind of thing can't be rushed. Whether to cooperate or not is not something that can be decided so rashly. Moreover, almost all the mythical forces are very xenophobic. They won't easily decide to conclude a peace treaty, let alone have a showdown on such an occasion. That will directly block this road and will only make things worse. Noah said this as if he didn't realize that the main gods and representatives of the various mythical forces were present. But I'm impatient. With such a sentence, Noah stood up, and his gaze pierced all the gods present like a sharp sword. I'm a teacher in a school in the human world. Although I'm not responsible for teaching, I have a few demon students. Our relationship with each other is not bad. I also have some friendship with them, and even with their families. Noah's sudden narration directly made the gods of the various mythical forces look at each other. This human, at this time, what was he planning to do by saying this kind of thing? Noah ignored the doubts of all the gods present and continued to speak. Although they are all demons, they enjoy life in the human world. Even if they are attacked by terrorist groups like the Disaster Group, they still work hard to maintain this kind of daily life and fight without telling everyone. As a human, this makes me very gratified. Sazax and Seraphil, who knew who Noah was talking about, were silent. This was because the two demon king's younger sisters were among the students that Noah mentioned. At that moment, Noah's tone changed all of a sudden. Not long ago, we were attacked by the Disaster Group again. This time, it was the biggest faction in the Disaster Group, the Hero faction. Their strength is very strong. At least, my students who haven't grown up are definitely not their opponents. As a result, they were reduced to hostages and used to threaten me with the purpose of seizing the power of Orpheus. Seizing the power of Orpheus? The gods were shocked. Even Shiva, Odin, Zeus, Poseidon, and Sakura narrowed their eyes slightly, as if they were thinking about something. Only Hades said pretentiously, "A group of terrorists actually have the idea of seizing the infinite dragon god. There are also many people who don't care about their lives among humans. Although there are some people who overestimate themselves among humans, not all of them are idiots. The Hero faction dared to have the idea of seizing Orpheus, so they naturally have something to rely on," Noah said faintly. And their reliance is the help provided by some gods who don't want to see their own mythical forces come into contact with other mythical forces. The reason is that they hate demons and fallen angels, which are so boring that people can't help but want to laugh. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became stiff, especially Hades. Under Noah's obviously contemptuous words, the red light in his eye sockets became brighter. However, Noah didn't expose Hades in front of him, but said this: "I know that there are actually many gods who are as boring as this. Almost every mythical force has gods who don't want to see their own mythical forces come into contact with other mythical forces. Loki of Northern Europe is one of them. This time, the guy who played some dirty tricks behind my back is also one of them. If it were in the past, I wouldn't be so free and elegant to meddle in other people's business and intervene in the affairs of various mythical forces. After all, I'm just a human." Noah curled his lips and smiled. However, the actions of the people of the Hero faction also tell me that as long as this matter is not finalized, those boring guys who don't want to see their own mythical forces come into contact with other mythical forces will keep jumping around. That's really too endless. Under such circumstances, if my lovely students are involved in a boring dispute one day, Noah looked around at all the gods present. His voice was like a sharp knife, instantly piercing into the hearts of all the gods. "I'm afraid that I won't be able to hold back and slaughter all the gods who are jumping around in the dark together with their entire mythical forces." As soon as his voice fell, almost all the gods present suddenly stood up from their seats. Their whole bodies surged with a terrifying aura as they stared at Noah, their eyes full of anger. Even Shiva, Odin, Zeus, Poseidon, and Sakura's faces sank as they slowly stood up. "Kid," Sakura said sarcastically, "don't you think that you're a bit too arrogant? Young man, I know that you are very angry about your students being attacked, but some words are destined not to be said carelessly," Odin advised. "Otherwise, it will spoil things. Although I admit that you are very courageous, I have to say that as long as they are gods, they can't pretend that they didn't hear your words. Shiva shrugged. Do you think that you alone can deal with all the gods of the mythological forces present here? We can totally understand that. You didn't get it wrong, Noah said indifferently. That's what I think. The atmosphere in the air suddenly became cold. At this moment, all the gods of the mythical forces, except for Odin, who was their ally, cast indifferent, angry, contemptuous, and disdainful looks at Noah. Their expressions were extremely ugly. Ha ha ha! Hades couldn't help but laugh. I thought that the legendary god slayer was so great, but it turns out that he is just an ignorant kid. How ironic! Asashel, Syzax, Seraph, Michael, and the other demons, angels, and fallen angels all showed bitter expressions, because they knew that things had developed to a point where they couldn't be saved. Under such circumstances, Noah didn't seem to understand the current situation at all and spoke expressionlessly. In short, in order to prevent some rats from jumping around in the dark, I hope that everyone will give an answer here. Do you want to conclude a peace treaty with the demons, angels, and fallen angels? I am willing to be a witness and preside over your peace treaty. In the future, if someone violates the peace treaty, I will personally take action and annihilate him. If you don't want to conclude a peace treaty, in the future, if the gods of the mythical forces you belong to play tricks, I will make that mythical force disappear completely. His unceremonious speech made all the gods furious. Even Odin sighed and shook his head. As for Asashel, Syzax, Michael, and the others, the bitterness on their faces was even stronger. Noah, who would be willing to conclude a peace treaty after hearing what you said? Wouldn't that be tantamount to directly admitting that they were afraid of you? How could this matter still be resolved after offending all the mythical forces? This time, it was really over. However, at this moment, Noah's tone changed again. Of course, everyone can wait for a while before giving an answer. Wait until I resolve the second thing I want to say. With that said, Noah ignored all the gods present and turned to look at Hades. That gaze was no longer as sharp as a sword as before. Instead, it was as cold as ice, incomparably cold. Hades, the god of the underworld, one of the top 10 in the world. In order to obtain Orpheus, you did not hesitate to lend Samuel to the heroes and even brazenly sent out the Grim Reaper. Do you really think that no one dares to do anything to you? The moment Noah said this, a crimson gauntlet appeared in Noah's hand. Balance breaker. The gauntlet suddenly exploded and turned into a crimson wave that covered Noah's entire body. Boom! In the center of Lilith, the capital of the Demon King's territory, the top of an extremely magnificent building suddenly exploded. With a deafening roar, it exploded, causing an astonishing impact. Chapter 1891. Kaboom! The explosion that resounded through the clouds caused the entire top of the magnificent building to be blown away, setting off a powerful impact and a dense flame. It was like a huge firework blooming in the air, quite pleasing to the eye. Pieces of gravel and rubble fell from the sky in the explosion like scattered flowers and fell to the ground in a burst of crackling sound. The sudden explosion and movement startled all the demons in Lilith, the capital of the Demon King's territory. What's wrong? What happened? Why did it suddenly explode? Could it be that the group of calamities attacked the underworld? Uproar and panic spread throughout the capital of Lilith. In this aspect, their reaction was no different from that of humans. After all, it could be seen from the scale of the explosion that it was not a scene that ordinary demons could deal with. Without the strength of a superior demon, being affected by the explosion would probably cause one to be smashed into pieces. It was precisely because of their strength that the demons could understand what the explosion meant. Therefore, uproar and panic were inevitable. Until a certain moment, a sharp-eyed demon discovered something and pointed to the sky. Look over there. There's someone there. This involuntary shout immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding demons to the sky. Only then did the group of demons discover something. At the top of the magnificent building that exploded, in the intense flames, a group of people flew out one after another. The first to fly out were two people. Because of the height, Even with the demon's eyesight, they could still only see a blurry shadow. However, above the two blurry shadows, one was vibrating with a crimson dragon-shaped airwave all over his body, while the other was fluctuating with a dark shadow of death all over his body. This was clearly seen by the crowd of demons. However, it was precisely because they saw it clearly that the demons in the capital of Lilith all held their breaths. Because from the two figures, a terrifying pressure that was enough to destroy heaven and earth spread out and shrouded down, causing the faces of the demons to begin to turn pale. What's more, even the shadows that flew out from the center of the explosion carried an extremely terrifying aura, causing the hearts of the demons to begin to tremble. In the sky, Noah and Hades were facing each other with a distance between them. Noah's expression was like an ancient well without any ripples. Hades was just a skeleton without any expression at all, but the red light in his pair of eye sockets was like a burning anger, constantly rising. After that, Hades's deep voice rang out. "Do you want to die, human?" That voice was as if it could drill deep into one's soul. It was terrifying. Unfortunately, Noah acted as though he did not feel anything and mocked him. "It seems that you really think that even if you attack us and wallow in the mire with those guys from the heroes faction, no one will do anything to you, skeleton." "I don't know what you're talking about." Hades' voice was still low, but he began to play dumb. "You're saying that I'm wallowing in the mire with the people from the disaster faction? Do you have any evidence?" Obviously, Hades had long expected that he would definitely be held responsible. He even prepared an excuse. However, Hades did not expect that Noah would actually interrogate him after attacking him. Moreover, Noah did not fall for Hades' trick at all. "Evidence? Don't tell me you've made a mistake. What evidence do I need to show?" Noah laughed. "Don't tell me you think that I intend to expose your actions and let the various mythological factions convict you?" Saying such a sentence, Noah's expression became indifferent. "Stop joking. Since I know that you did it, that's enough. Your crime will be judged by me. Convict me? A mere human actually wants to convict a god?" Hades laughed angrily. "Interesting, it's really interesting. In the past, I've always convicted the dead humans. No human has ever convicted me. Godslayer, you're crazy enough. I'd like to see how you're going to convict me." After saying that, Hades' whole body swelled with thick darkness as if he was shrouded by the shadow of death. It was like a dark flame burning, instantly swallowing the light in the entire space. "Godslayer, let me see how you can kill a god." The orb at the top of the staff that Hades held tightly in his hand bloomed with light. Suddenly, the thick darkness that covered the entire space suddenly trembled and boiled like magma. With a tumble, it carried a terrifying wave of death. It was like black water falling from the sky, covering the direction where Noah was. The representatives of the demons, angels, and fallen angels, such as Sazax, Seraph, Asashel, and Michael, who were preparing to stop Noah and Hades, were shocked when they saw this scene. "Not good," Sazax shouted. "If such an attack falls, all the residents in the city will have their souls taken away and be directly taken into the underworld." That bastard, Asashel, was angry. He didn't even consider what would happen to the ordinary residents in the city. It's better to say that he simply intends to use this opportunity to make a scene in the demons' territory. The main reason why Hades helped the heroes was that he didn't want to see his own mythical forces come into contact with the mythical forces of the Bible. This was because Hades hated demons and fallen angels very much. Demons and fallen angels lived in the underworld. The underworld that Hades controlled was located below the underworld. It was as if he was being crushed by a devil and a fallen angel. Therefore, Hades hated demons and fallen angels. If he could make a scene in the underworld and cut off a piece of the demon's flesh, Hades would definitely be happy. After that, he only needed to push the blame to Noah, who took the initiative to attack, and Hades could happily watch Sazax and Asashel swallow their anger. In view of this, Hades did not show any mercy when he attacked. The attack range had already enveloped several cities around the Demon King's territory, including the capital, Lilith. The attack range of one of the top 10 powerhouses in the world included an entire huge city. At this moment, all the demons could only watch the darkness pouring down from the sky, and they were all stunned on the spot. Seeing the scene as if the entire dark sky was collapsing, Sazax, Seraph, Asashel, and the others could not help but feel anxious. At this moment, under the dark sky that seemed to be collapsing, a ray of starlight lit up. Avesta activated Dash. Amidst the starlight, a voice that seemed to echo from the distant horizon rang out. Counteract it one by one, simulating another cosmology. The bright starlight suddenly turned into a gorgeous Milky Way that soared into the sky. It expanded and surged in all directions like a tide, covering the entire space in an instant. Under the gorgeous starlight, the death power that was like the dark sky was like a flame that touched water. It trembled and quickly disintegrated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom! In the end, the disintegrating thick darkness directly exploded and dissipated in the air like scattered black clouds. What? Hades finally got up in shock. At the same time, a crimson figure silently appeared in front of Hades. The moment the crimson light in Hades' eye sockets fluctuated violently, he raised his head and exposed a pair of deep, dark eyes to Hades. Then let me tell you why I killed a god. Amidst the crimson waves of air, a burst of dense darkness suddenly burst forth. The darkness was exactly the same as the death power that Hades controlled. Immediately after, Noah clenched his fist, which was mixed with a red airwave and dense darkness, and like a falling meteorite, he slammed it heavily in front of Hades. Boom! A deafening muffled sound resounded. Chapter 1892. Boom! When a thunder-like sound suddenly appeared in the sky, a circle of shock waves that scattered the clouds high above suddenly shook and spread to the surroundings. The entire atmosphere was suddenly cleared, and there was a temporary vacuum phenomenon. Whoosh! Immediately, in a sharp sound, a black shadow fell from the sky like a meteorite falling from the sky, with some flames fluctuating on its outline. Under the gaze of all the demons in the capital of Lilith, it crossed the sky and fell straight into the wilderness outside the city. Boom! The next second, the ground shook, and a mushroom cloud of dust rose in the wilderness outside the capital of the Demon King's territory, Lilith, as if a nuclear bomb had exploded. That scene made all the fiends' complexions turn pale in an instant. If such an impact fell on Lilith, what would happen to them, who were still in Lilith? At the thought of this, all the demons felt an uncontrollable fear rising in their hearts. In the wilderness outside the capital of Lilith, in a meteorite crater where a mushroom cloud of dust rose, Hades, who was still fluctuating with the darkness of the shadow of death, stood up with difficulty. However, Hades didn't notice. Behind him, a figure that was mixed with crimson air waves and dense darkness silently appeared once again. Then the figure slowly raised a foot, and at the moment when Hades was about to struggle to get up, the figure fell heavily like a heavy mountain. Boom! With a muffled bang, the ground of the entire wilderness suddenly shook and collapsed like an avalanche. It gave rise to a terrifying impact like a storm and dense sand and dust, causing countless rocks and debris to flutter about and scatter in all directions. Hades' screams resounded from the huge meteorite crater. The screams made the hearts of the gods and representatives of the various mythical powers, who were flying at high speed, tremble. It wasn't until the violent impact and thick dust that permeated the whole world below slowly dissipated that the situation inside was exposed to everyone's eyes that the gods saw it. In the center of the meteorite crater, in the center of the ground, where cracks spread like a spider web, Noah, who was fluctuating with red air waves and rich darkness, was standing there. As for Hades, he was lying in front of Noah, screaming and struggling, but he couldn't get up at all, because on Hades' body, one of Noah's feet was fiercely stepping on him, and the power it carried was so strong that Hades couldn't resist it at all. Noah kept exerting force, and there were cracking sounds on Hades' body, as if something was breaking. With Noah's constant exertion of force, Hades' screams reverberated uncontrollably. The screams were like ferocious ghosts and ferocious beasts, which made the gods of mythical powers tremble in their hearts. Finally, shock appeared in their eyes. Who was Hades? Not to mention his status in Greek mythology, just in terms of strength, the god of the underworld occupied a place among the top 10 masters in the world. Now, one of the top 10 masters in the world was being trampled under the foot of a human being like a dog? Was this a joke? Not to mention the gods of the mythical powers, even the representatives of demons, angels, and fallen angels, such as Zeuxis, Asashel, and Michael, who knew that Noah had power comparable to that of Orpheus to a certain extent, couldn't help but be shocked. Indeed, because of their good relationship with Noah, Zeuxis, Asashel, and the others all knew that Noah was powerful. However, from the time Noah suddenly attacked Hades, to the time when Hades was trampled under the foot of Noah and couldn't turn over, how long had it been? Was it a minute? Probably not, right? As a result, in less than a minute, one of the top 10 gods in the world was mercilessly trampled under the foot of Noah. How could this not make people feel shocked? As for Odin, Shiva, and Sakra, they saw more. Odin narrowed his eyes and stared at Noah as he said, "If my eyes aren't blurred, I shouldn't have seen wrongly, right? The power fluctuating on the body of the god slayer. That's the power of God, right?" That's right. Shiva stared closely at the thick darkness mixed in the crimson waves on Noah's body and whispered, "And that power is very familiar." Are you kidding? The sarcastic expression on Sakra's face had long disappeared and was replaced by a deep frown. That guy, why is he using the power of Hades? Yes, Noah was using the power of Hades. The thick darkness was the power of death of Hades, the god of the underworld. If an ordinary person came into contact with it, they would immediately turn into a corpse. Their vitality would be completely wiped out, and even their soul could be annihilated. Now, this power that belonged to Hades was being used by Noah, a human. How? How is this possible? Hades roared in disbelief. Why are you using my power? Noah looked down at Hades with an expressionless face as he slowly increased the strength of his foot. Hades once again let out a blood-curdling scream, and the bones in his body began to make a gigi sound. So it turns out that you can still feel pain without flesh and only bones. Noah said sarcastically, "Do you want to know why I have your power? Then let me tell you." With such a sentence, Noah raised one of his hands. His hand was not only fluctuating with red waves of air and thick darkness, but also a gorgeous layer of starlight. This is the power called another cosmology, Noah said faintly. Its effect is very simple. It can add the opponent's power, ability, and even all the performance of the opponent to the user, so that the user can obtain all the strength of the opponent, and can also be used to offset the opponent's power. Your power will become mine during the time you are my opponent. This sentence not only made the gods of the myths widen their eyes, but also made the pupils of Shiva and Sakra, who were also in the top 10 of the world, shrink. The ability to obtain all the power of the opponent? Impossible. Hades shouted in horror. How could there be such a terrible power? Of course, this power is not omnipotent. It does not work on humans. Even if it is a mixed blood with a human, or a power with a deep relationship with a human, it will not work at all. However, as long as the opponent is not a human, but a god like you, then the stronger you are, the stronger I will be. No matter how many of you there are, it will only make my power stronger, and I will never be below you. Noah looked at Hades as if he was looking down on him. Now, do you know why I can kill a god? Impossible. 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 Hades muttered to himself as if he was possessed. How could a human have such an ability? How could it be? Not only did Hades not believe it, but the gods of the myths were also not willing to believe it. However, at the same time, all the gods present understood. I see. Shiva's eyes flashed with a terrifying light. Is this why he dared to boast about wiping out all the myths by himself? As long as that ability existed, then, unless the opponent was a human, there was absolutely no possibility of defeating Noah. Therefore, even if the enemy was all the mythical powers, that human dared to say that he would kill all the gods. Therefore, a mere human dared to call himself a god-slayer. Gods were absolutely unable to defeat this human. Understanding this point, all the gods present were alarmed and frightened. Do you understand? Lord God of the underworld? Noah's eyes flashed with a cold light. You should really regret attacking us. After saying this, murderous intent rose from Noah's body. Chapter 1893. The murderous aura that rose from Noah's body directly stimulated Hades, who seemed to be in a trance. You want to kill me? Hades said in disbelief. That was to be expected. Not to mention the consequences of killing Hades. Just the fact that he would be killed was something that Hades could not accept. It wasn't that Hades was afraid of death. As the god of the underworld, as the god in charge of death and souls, death was definitely not something to be afraid of for Hades. However, before this, Hades had never thought that he would die. He had lent Samuel to the hero sect and coveted Orpheus. He had even sent the Grim Reaper's army to snatch Orpheus, who had lost half of his strength. Since Hades dared to do these things, he definitely had thought of the consequences of his actions. First of all, Samuel was sealed by the entire Greek mythology and was then handed over to Hades to manage. If Hades released Samuel without authorization and let Samuel's power appear in the world, the gods of Greek mythology would punish Hades for this alone. The heroes were the terrorists of the disaster group and were now the common enemy of all the mythical forces. Not only had Hades lent Samuel out without permission, but he had also lent Samuel to the terrorists of the disaster squad. Not to mention the Greek mythology, all the mythology forces had the right to pursue Hades' responsibility and make him suffer. However, Hades was not afraid, because there was no evidence, right? Even if this matter was exposed, Hades had a way to avoid it. He believed that under the prestige of the top 10 powerhouses in the world, there were definitely not many who would really want to offend Hades. Therefore, even if the matter was exposed in the end, the excuse he found would be useless. At most, Hades would be punished. It was more likely that the big matter would be reduced to a small matter. In the end, nothing would happen at all, even if it was the demons who had been sent by the heroes to attack them. Considering that it was a critical moment for them to come into contact with Greek mythology and that they needed to fight for an opportunity to conclude a peace treaty, they would choose to swallow their anger. They would not do something as hurtful as holding the heroes accountable, which would not benefit them in any way, right? It was precisely because of these factors that Hades was fearless and not worried at all. But now, Noah's appearance had directly shattered Hades' wishful thinking. How dare he attack Hades so rudely and unreasonably, even intending to kill him? How could Hades, who wasn't worried about this matter in the first place, accept this result? Immediately, Hades cried out in panic. Zeus, Poseidon, aren't you going to save me? One of the top 10 powerhouses in the world had actually asked for help. In the sky, Zeus and Poseidon, who were mingling among the gods of the myths, looked at each other and laughed bitterly. Zeus, Hades, Poseidon. In Greek mythology, the three of them were brothers. Moreover, they were blood brothers. Among them, Hades was the eldest, Poseidon was the second, and Zeus was the youngest. The three of them ruled the underworld, the sea, and the sky respectively. They were called Hades, Poseidon, and Father of the Heavens. Although in Greek mythology, Zeus, who was the youngest, was the king of the gods, in terms of strength, Hades was the first. There was no doubt that he was the first in Greek mythology. In addition, Noah was their blood brother. Whether it was for public or private reasons, Zeus and Poseidon couldn't just watch Hades be killed by Noah. Originally, he thought that with Noah's arrogant words, he would definitely suffer a big loss or even lose his life after facing Hades, who knew that the result was that Hades would be abused like a dog. Therefore, it was not that Zeus and Poseidon didn't help, but they were stunned. Now that they had reacted, they couldn't continue to watch in a daze. Little brother, if my brother has offended you in any way, please forgive him, Zeus said quickly. Isn't there a saying that adults are magnanimous? You must be an adult, right? Anyway, you've already taught him a lesson, haven't you? Poseidon laughed bitterly. How about we just let him go? As they said that, Zeus and Poseidon kept winking at Syzax and Asashel. Obviously, the two wanted Syzax and Asashel, who had a better relationship with Noah, to plead for Hades. However, Hades had clearly seen Zeus and Poseidon's little trick. Before Syzax and Asashel could say anything, Hades was enraged. What did Hades hate the most? Demons and fallen angels. Now, it was embarrassing enough to ask his brothers for help. How could he let the leaders of the demons and fallen angels, whom he hated the most, plead for him? That kind of thing was absolutely impossible. What nonsense are you still talking about? Hades was furious. This human brat doesn't take us gods seriously at all. Are you going to bow down to him? Don't tell me you're afraid of the power called another cosmology? Hades roared angrily. That kind of power can't exist in this world. Even if it does, it can't be obtained by a human. He's just talking big. Rather than saying this to others, it would be better to say that he was saying this to himself. Hades was not willing to believe that Noah had such a terrible power. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Hades's roar resounded through the sky. I don't believe it. In the midst of his roar, Hades's whole body surged with a terrible aura, setting off a violent wind that made the whole ground begin to tremble. Buzz, 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 buzz. The pitch-black power of death turned into a frantically surging fog that rose from Hades's body. The black gas seemed to be like the faces of people struggling in pain, and it let out a sharp wail that sounded like a wail. The hair-raising aura and scene made many gods present feel a chill in their hearts. However, Noah only glanced at this scene, and the foot that was stepping on Hades suddenly tightened. Clang! Another cosmology starlight, named Avesta, shone from Noah's body and surged towards Hades' direction. Chi, 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 chi. All of a sudden, amidst the strange sounds that sounded like ice melting, the power of death that surged from Hades' body seemed to have been dispelled by the light, vanishing without a trace. Hades, who was emitting a terrifying aura like that of a ghost, instantly returned to his harmless appearance. Gotcha! At the next moment, along with a crisp sound, the few bones in front of Hades were crushed by Noah's stomp. Ah! An unprecedentedly strong cry of agony came from Hades' mouth. Stop! Zeus and Poseidon finally couldn't stand it anymore. They rushed out and rushed in Noah's direction. Come on! Noah raised his head and looked at Zeus and Poseidon, who were rushing toward him from midair. His eyes were full of fighting spirit. Let me see just how powerful the three main gods of Greek mythology are. The crimson waves of air that were fluctuating around Noah's body completely disappeared. Noah had canceled his forbidden hand. However, Zeus and Poseidon's attacks made Avesta regard them as enemies. The starlight of the another cosmology shone on Noah's body. Then, the power of Zeus, Hades, and Poseidon, the three most famous gods in Greek mythology, flowed into Noah's body, making Noah's body surge with a terrifying aura. With a violent shout, Noah suddenly released all the power in his body. Suddenly, violent thunderbolts, turbulent waves, and ominous black gas all shook from Noah's body and exploded in all directions as if they were going to destroy the heavens and the earth. Roar, roar, roar. Zeus, Hades, and Poseidon roared at the same time. A bolt of lightning appeared in Zeus's hand, a staff in Poseidon's hand, and a trident in Poseidon's hand. Lightning, black gas, and waves surged out of their bodies as they charged forward. Boom! An astonishing roar resounded through the sky. Chapter 1894. Boom! The roar that resounded through the sky turned into a sound wave that vibrated in all directions. The gods of the myths felt as if they had been hit by a heavy hammer. Their bodies trembled, and their eardrums were stinging. In the center of the field, the violent thunderbolts, the turbulent waves, and the ominous black gas were divided into two camps and collided with each other. For a moment, the scene of the apocalypse was really brewing. Bang, 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 bang. Thunderbolts smashed down from the sky one after another and exploded the ground one after another. Boom! The waves raged wildly like stormy waves. In an instant, they submerged the land and turned it into an ocean. Chi, 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 chi. The power of death, which was enough to annihilate people's souls, filled the air like a black fog. The atmosphere seemed to be corroded, and there were bursts of evaporation sounds. Under the gaze of all the gods of the mythological forces, the thunderbolts, waves, and black gas in the collision rendered the whole wilderness like a storm in the dark night. Whether it was the scene or the momentum, it was enough to make the gods feel aghast. Of course, the more shocking thing was yet to come. Bang! In a muffled explosion, 3 figures flew out from the violent thunderbolts, the turbulent waves, and the tumbling black gas. Immediately, Noah's voice sounded. "What's wrong? Is this all you've got?" Then, in the center of the collision of the violent thunderbolts, the turbulent waves, and the ominous black gas, a streamer burst out and rushed into the sky. The body of the flowing light was naturally Noah. As Noah flew into the sky, he raised one of his hands high, and there were bursts of thunderbolts in his hand. Another cosmology that could imitate all the power of the opponent and superimpose it on himself allowed Noah to obtain the power of Zeus, the Greek god who controlled the sky. He could control thunderbolts at will. Not only that, but Noah also mixed Hades's power of death into the lightning, turning the violent lightning into a pitch-black color and exploding in his hand. Thus, the scene of pitch-black thunderbolts falling from the sky was imprinted in the eyes of all the gods present. Bastard! Hades clutched his broken sternum, his eyes glinting fiercely. The death energy on his body fluctuated even more violently. Under Hades's control, it turned into a black wave that covered an area of a few kilometers and surged into the sky. My power can be used like this? Zeus was slightly taken aback, but he didn't dare to be careless. He thrust the lightning spear in his hand forward and immediately released a thunderbolt that rushed upward. Boom! The shocking roar resounded again, and the faces of the gods of the various mythological powers began to change. The power of Noah, Zeus, and Hades, who suddenly collided in midair, exploded like a star exploding, causing a strong light that was enough to burn people's eyes. It was mixed with a terrible shock wave that swept out in all directions. Under the dazzling light and terrible shock wave, the gods of the various mythological powers retreated again and again, almost retreating to the sky above the capital, Lilith. However, all the gods still saw it. Under the dazzling light and terrible shock wave, the sea that submerged the surrounding area suddenly surged up like a monstrous wave and rushed toward the sky. The scale of the wave was larger than the thunderbolt released by Zeus and the vast black wave released by Hades. At the forefront of the wave, Poseidon, who was holding a golden trident, rushed toward the sky bravely, as if he was riding the wind and breaking the waves. "God Slayer, you can also take my trident." Poseidon laughed. Riding the surging waves, he rushed toward Noah without fear. The trident in his hand seemed to carry the entire sea, fluctuating with strong water vapor, and he swung it heavily in the direction of Noah. In response, Noah clenched his fist tightly, and thick water vapor fluctuated on his fist. It was as if the entire ocean was compressed in his palm, and he blasted it toward the trident that was swinging towards him without any fancy moves. Dong! Accompanied by the collision of the fist and the trident, a heavy sound of collision rang out, and a stormy wave suddenly appeared in midair, filling the whole world with sea water in an instant. At the same time, Zeus and Hades suddenly appeared on both sides of Noah. One held a thunderbolt, the other a law enforcement staff, and they both stabbed fiercely toward Noah. In the blink of an eye, violent lightning and ominous black gas erupted from the bodies of Zeus and Hades. The 3 most famous gods in Greek mythology surrounded Noah in a triangular formation. One was like the incarnation of thunder, one was like the incarnation of the sea, and the last one was simply the incarnation of death. They attacked Noah together. Roar! Roar, roar, roar. In the roar, the three main gods of Greek mythology, Zeus, Hades, and Poseidon, respectively, rushed toward Noah with violent thunderbolts, shocking waves, and black gas of death. Go away, Noah shouted in a low voice. Not only did the another cosmology operate at full power, but even the third perpetual motion machine was fully activated. All the power turned into a pure shock wave that shook from his body. This shock wave of pure power directly dispersed the thunderbolts, turbulent waves, and surging black gas that filled the sky. Immediately, the three gods, Zeus, Hades, and Poseidon, were all hit by the terrible power wave. Boom! A deafening muffled sound resounded through the clouds. Pucci, Zeus, and Poseidon spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. Crack! A few more of Hades' bones were broken. The three main gods of Greek mythology were suddenly seriously injured. They fell from the sky and smashed into the ground. It was only at this moment that the violent thunderbolts, waves, and black gas in the sky gradually dissipated, causing the apocalyptic scene to disappear completely. It was as if nothing had happened. However, looking at the three main gods of Greek mythology lying on the ground and moaning in grief, the gods of the mythological forces present were completely speechless. Looking at Noah, who was suspended in the air and still shining with brilliant starlight, all the gods' minds were blank. In just a few moves, the three most famous gods of Greek mythology had been defeated by Noah. Was this the power of a god-slayer? Ignoring the shock in the hearts of the gods present, Noah lowered his head and looked at Zeus, Hades, and Poseidon lying on the ground. His eyes flashed, and he suddenly descended and landed in front of Hades. You? Hades' heart trembled, and he spoke in a trembling voice without hesitation. You can't kill me. I am the god of the underworld. If I die, there will be no one to manage the underworld. The souls of the dead in the human world will have nowhere to go, and the human world will be in complete chaos. Is that so? Noah said lightly. Don't worry, I have no intention of killing you. You're the god who controls death. To you, death is not even worth mentioning. I've been thinking about how to teach you an unforgettable lesson. Since you've mentioned the matter of managing the underworld, that's perfect. I'll seal you in the underworld forever, and you'll never be able to take half a step out of it. From now on, you can focus on managing the underworld. What? Hades said in disbelief. You want to seal me? Seal a god? Are you trying to say that I can't do it? Noah curled his lips and smiled. Unfortunately, I don't only have the another cosmology. In addition to the another cosmology that can imitate the power of objects other than humans, I also have another cosmology that can ignore any situation and seal natural gods. The red light in Hades' eye sockets trembled violently. In the next moment, without any hesitation, Hades abruptly turned around and rushed to the other side of the sky. Chapter 1895. It could seal the strongest species other than the pure-blooded dragon species into the fictional world, and it could only exert a having effect on the existence of the strongest species. However, as long as the natural gods and the elves of the planet were the opponents, they could overcome all the differences in strength and win. That was the virtual star Tai Sui. In the face of the natural gods and the elves of the planet, the absolutely invincible simulated star atlas, another cosmology. This simulated star atlas, another cosmology, had not been used for a long time. After all, except for the box court, in other worlds, there were basically no existences like the gods and the elves. Even the world of the God-Slayer, because the disobedient gods were individuals born from myths and legends, it would be better to say that they were spirits born from the stars of heaven and earth rather than gods. Therefore, the simulated star atlas, another cosmology, named Su Xing Tai Sui, still could not be put to use. Of course, in addition to the gods and the elves, this simulated star atlas, another cosmology, could also exert a having effect even if it was used on other races. Its ability could not be said to be not powerful. In the beginning, in the box court, Noah relied on this simulated star atlas, another cosmology, to complete the miracle of sealing millions of gods in one fell swoop. It could be imagined how powerful this simulated star atlas, another cosmology, was. Unfortunately, apart from Hecate, in other worlds, there was no such thing as a spirit core. Therefore, the simulated star atlas, another cosmology called the virtual star Taisui, had never been used in the world outside the box court, and it had been sealed by Noah for a long time. However, now it was finally time for this simulated star atlas, another cosmology, to shine again. The gods in this world were not like the gods in the world of the God Slayer. They were like illusory spirits. Instead, they were real gods that were recorded in all kinds of myths. Even though there was still no so-called spiritual personality in this world, let alone the existence of star spirits, the ability of Shushing Taisui's another cosmology to unconditionally seal the innate gods could finally come in handy. Greek mythology was not like Celtic mythology, where most of the mythological forces were postnatal gods. In Greek mythology, the natural gods were the majority of existences. Unfortunately, Hades was a natural-born god. In other words, this god of the underworld was completely within the scope of the illusory star Taisui. Noah murmured in an extremely calm voice as he looked at Hades, whose entire body was wrapped in the power of death. His bones were cracked and broken, but he was shooting in the opposite direction as if he was crazy and was about to leave Noah's sight. Void star Taisui activate. Suddenly, the brilliant starlight fluctuating on Noah's body stagnated. Like a galaxy, it converged on Noah's slowly extended palm. Let the universe revolve. Simulated star map, another cosmology. The dazzling starlight that gathered in Noah's hand suddenly shone brightly, illuminating the entire sky. It was like a tide that surged between heaven and earth. Not only was that light dazzling, it was also incomparably dazzling. However, most of the gods of the mythical powers present felt their hearts tremble, and a sense of fear arose from the depths of their hearts towards the dazzling starlight. It was an instinctive reaction. Their instincts told them that the light was extremely dangerous, and the gods who had this kind of instinctive reaction were all born gods. Then, these gods saw what happened. Hades, who was fleeing for his life, was enveloped by the intoxicating starlight, and his figure suddenly slowed down. Ah! As if he had foreseen his end, Hades looked up at the sky and wailed. No, 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 no. Amid a hysterical wail, Hades was directly engulfed by the dazzling starlight. Soon after, the dazzling starlight that illuminated the world gradually gathered into the shape of a sphere. With a tremor, it slowly drifted towards Noah, landing in Noah's hand. Tightly holding the sphere in his hand, Noah sneered. You'll stay in your underworld until the end of the world. After saying that, Noah raised his other hand, which fluctuated with the power of Hades imitated by Avesta's another cosmology, and waved it towards the void. Poochie, amidst a tearing sound, a crack was directly torn in space. That crack led to the underworld. With the power of Hades, the god of the underworld, Noah could naturally open the entrance to the underworld at any time and place. Under such circumstances, Noah threw the glowing sphere that sealed Hades into the crack of the underworld, letting it slowly disappear into the darkness. Then the crack began to close and finally disappeared completely. Clang, the starlight that bloomed on Noah's body finally dimmed little by little. At the same time, the powerful and terrible breath on Noah's body also disappeared little by little, and the power of the three most famous gods in Greek mythology, Zeus, Hades, and Poseidon, also disappeared. In the sky, the gods of the mythological forces witnessed one of the world's top 10 masters being sealed by Noah with a wave of his hand. Then they looked at Zeus and Poseidon, who were still lying on the ground, groaning in pain, and all fell silent. It was not until this moment that the anger in the hearts of all the gods toward Noah's arrogance faded like a tide, replaced by an uncontrollable fear. Another cosmology. Why this power that had never appeared before was born in this world, the gods did not know. However, there was one thing that the gods present understood. That was the man in front of them, who had defeated the three main gods of Greek mythology and sealed one of the world's top 10 masters with a wave of his hand, was indeed a real god-slayer. With the power of the two simulated star Atlas, another cosmology, other than humans, no one could defeat him. No, in addition to being a god-slayer, that man was also the current Red Dragon Emperor. It was still unknown whether there was an existence among the humans who could defeat this person. At this time, when the gods were silent, Noah suddenly said such a sentence as if talking to himself. Whether it's a peace treaty or not, it's up to you. I won't force you to pursue peace. However, if a person like that skeleton who backstabs you in the back appears in your mythological forces, Noah glanced in the direction of the gods. At that time, I won't show any mercy. After leaving such a sentence, Noah no longer paid attention to the gods from various myths and legends. His figure directly turned into a stream of light, soared into the sky, and disappeared on the other side of the sky. The gods could only look at the human, who left without hesitation. In their hearts, there was no longer any thought of the human looking down on the gods and feeling furious about it. They all looked at each other and were speechless for a long time. This scene was clearly seen by Syzax and his satchel at the side. At that moment, the two of them also looked at each other and laughed bitterly. This was because the two of them could already predict what would happen next. Moreover, from today onwards, Noah would also be completely regarded as an existence that could not be offended by all the mythological forces in the world. After this battle, no one would doubt Noah's ability. They would doubt Noah's ability as a god-slayer. Chapter 1896. Ha ha ha. In the living room of the Jamonli's house, a satchel was laughing out loud. Those guys have finally compromised one by one. On a closer look, there were documents on the table in front of a satchel. Next to him, Syzax was holding a few documents in his hand. Looking at the signatures on them, the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. Celtic mythology, Hindu mythology, Egyptian mythology, Mount Meru, and even Greek mythology have submitted a request to conclude a peace treaty. I thought that after the previous incident, Greek mythology would be more difficult to settle. In fact, the first to submit a peace treaty was Greek mythology, as Satchel said with a sigh. After all, they were the mythical forces that had the most direct experience of the power of the deicide. With that said, both Syzax and his Satchel shifted their gazes and looked to the side. There, Noah was holding a cup of black tea and sipping it as if he had not heard anything. If someone who was not in the know were here and saw this scene, they might think that the fact that the mythical forces had finally agreed to conclude a peace treaty had nothing to do with Noah. But the person who really caused this situation was undoubtedly Noah. This is your purpose, isn't it? A Satchel said impatiently. Gather all the mythical forces, and then take the unlucky Hades as an example. Tell all the mythical forces that you, the deicide, have the ability to annihilate all the gods alone. In this way, even if those mythical forces covet our faith, they can only give up obediently. Otherwise, if they really offend you, they'll drag the entire mythical force down with them. In this way, not only will we not have to worry about the covetous eyes of the other mythical forces, but in order to prevent those ignorant gods from offending you and causing the entire mythical force to suffer, those mythical forces can only choose to compromise and conclude a peace treaty with us, Syzax said with a laugh. With the relationship of the peace treaty, even if there's a chance, as the witness of all the mythical forces concluding a peace treaty, the deicide won't casually annihilate the entire mythical force, right? In the end, this is what we got. A Satchel pointed at the documents on the table and couldn't help but laugh. All the mythical powers have submitted their applications for peace talks. Now, all we need to do is to truly conclude the peace talks. All the mythical powers in the world will gather into one group. True world peace may still be a long way off, but if this continues, we will be able to see some light at the end of the tunnel when the disaster is eliminated. That's something you need to worry about. Noah shrugged. I'm just a loner. I can't care about the world's peace. It's better for me to be a good school teacher. It's best if no one comes to find trouble with me. How straightforward. Syzax was exasperated. Don't forget, you are now the witness of all the mythical forces. This matter is definitely related to you. Like you said, I'm just a witness. Noah curled his lips into a smile. When someone violates the peace agreement, I will have a job. The rest will be up to you. Sazix and Asashel could only look at Noah, speechlessly. They didn't know what to say. Forget it. Your intervention has saved us a lot of trouble. Originally, only Northern Europe had concluded the peace talks with us. Now that all the mythical powers have agreed to the peace talks, it's already a great gain. We can't ask for more. Asashel scratched his head. However, you are now one of the top 10 powerhouses in the world. You don't really want to be a teacher in a school, do you? After the last battle with the three main gods of Greek mythology, and also showing the power of another cosmology, Noah successfully ranked among the top 10 in the world. Now, the recognized rankings of the various mythical powers were as follows. The infinite dragon god, Orpheus. The god slayer, Noah Doria. The god of destruction, Shiva, one of the three main gods of Hinduism. The god of protection, Vishnu, one of the three main gods of Hinduism. The god of creation, Brahma, one of the three main gods of Hinduism. The celestial emperor of Mount Meru, Sakra. The thunder god in Norse mythology, Thor. The god of the underworld in Greek mythology, Hades. The sun god in Egyptian mythology, Aten. The god of light in Celtic mythology, Ruger. In other words, not only did Noah rank among the top 10 in the world, but he also jumped all the way to the second place, just below Orpheus. However, that was to be expected. With the another cosmology of Avesta and illusory star Taisway, Noah alone was enough to rival all the mythical powers, let alone a single god. Naturally, he would obtain the second place, just below Orpheus. Of course, with the power of Avesta, it was reasonable to say that Orpheus, who was both a dragon and a god, would not be able to defeat Noah. Moreover, half of Orpheus' power was taken away, so it was possible for Noah to directly replace Orpheus' position. Unfortunately, Orpheus' invincibility had already been deeply rooted in people's hearts. Even if Noah showed an almost invincible power, there was still no way to easily replace Orpheus' position and become the strongest existence in the world. Therefore, Noah replaced the position of Fenrir, whose power was greatly weakened because of being enslaved by Wally, and entered the top 10 and jumped to the second place. Coincidentally, if Noah did not appear, originally, the one who replaced Fenrir to enter the top 10 in the world would have been the king of monsters in Greek mythology, Typhon. Typhon was a fire-breathing giant taller than a mountain. He had 100 snake heads, covered with feathers, and had a pair of wings. In Greek mythology, he was a legendary creature that gave birth to many terrifying monsters. When it came to the monsters that he gave birth to, many of them were famous. For example, the hellhound Cerberus, the Hydra, the Harpy, the chimera with the head of a lion and the body of a goat, the vulture that pecked at Prometheus, the half-lion and half-vulture griffin, the two-headed hound Otseus, and the Nemean lion were all Typhon's children. Moreover, in Greek mythology, Typhon had once broken the tendons of Zeus' hands and feet. Later, Zeus brought the god of chaos Phobos, the god of fear Demos, the goddess of victory Nike, as well as the four gods of wind Auros, Shephalos, Nodos, and Boreas to beat Typhon to the brink of death. In Greek mythology, it was even recorded that Typhon appeared in front of the gods. Except for Zeus and Athena, the other gods all turned into animals and fled in panic. From this, it could be seen how powerful this king of monsters was. Typhon was fully qualified to replace Fenrir's position and enter the top 10 in the world. However, Noah's appearance made Typhon lose this qualification. Of course, Noah himself knew that if he did not count the another cosmology, in the situation of losing authority, sovereignty, and ability value, even with the power of Aster, Athena, and Drake, he was still much weaker than the world's top existences. In this regard, Noah had some ideas. If these ideas were realized, then by that time, even without the power of another cosmology, Noah would be able to sit firmly in the top 10. Therefore, in response to Asashel's words, Noah just glanced in the direction of Sazak's. If you want to talk about the top 10 in the world, there is one more here. It's just that he has been keeping a low profile and doesn't show his strength. I'm already very satisfied with my current position. Sazak smiled indifferently. Moreover, I also have a job as the Demon King. I'm not idle. Aren't you guys just unhappy that I'm too idle? Noah rolled his eyes and put down the black tea in his hand. Say it. What do you want me to do? Sazak and Asashel looked at each other. Actually, at present, there is still a force that doesn't intend to conclude a peace treaty with us, Asashel said. I'm going to make a trip there. I hope you can come with me. Chapter 1897. At this moment, Noah was standing in the middle of a vast training ground. Noah lifted his eyes and looked to the front. He easily saw the figures of the 3 people who were lined up in a row in front of him. Across from Noah, Yudu, Genova, and Irina were standing in line. Although they were lined up in a straight line, there was actually some distance between the 3 of them, as if they were surrounding someone. Who were they surrounding? Of course, it was Noah. Upon closer inspection, Yudu, Genova, and Irina had serious expressions as they stared at Noah, as if they were facing a great enemy. Each of them had a sword that emitted a strange aura in their hands. Noah's gaze was more focused on the 3 swords than on Yudu, Genova, and Irina. Of course, Noah clearly knew the origins of the swords in Yudu, Genova, and Irina's hands. Genova was holding the holy sword that he had displayed during the summer break in the underworld Dyrandal. It was a holy sword that could cut through anything if it was unleashed to the extreme. Genova had not been able to fully control it. Even after a period of cultivation in the underworld, he had been using it recently. However, he was still unable to fully unleash the holy sword's power and reach the state of being able to cut through anything. However, since ancient times, there were only a handful of people who could use Dyrandal to that extent. Therefore, it was only natural that Genova had not been able to fully control Dyrandal. Irina was also holding a holy sword in her hand. However, it wasn't the mimic holy sword that Elena had before. However, the holy sword, on the other hand, was fluctuating with a holy wave that was comparable to Genova's Dyrandal. This proved that it was also a legendary holy sword. As for Yudu, he was not holding a holy sword. Instead, he was holding a demon sword that was filled with demonic aura. The 3 swordsmen of the Jimenez clan held their extraordinary holy and demonic swords, but their expressions were more solemn than ever. Under such circumstances, Noah just clenched his hand, and the silver holy sword appeared in his hand, pointing diagonally to the ground. Buzz, a faint layer of brilliant white light, circulated around the body of the silver holy sword, causing the surrounding air to become slightly chaotic. Undoubtedly, that was all there was to it. Yudu, Genova, and Irina, who were holding holy swords and demonic swords that were far more powerful than Noah's swords, felt their hearts clench and their eyes turn solemn. Noah smiled calmly as he looked at you, Genova, and Irina, who had extremely serious expressions on their faces. All right, let's begin. Yudu, Genova, and Irina nodded and tightened their grip on their swords. The atmosphere in the air became tense. The 3 swordsmen of the Jimenez clan did not dare to act rashly. Their expressions were solemn as they stared at Noah, as if they were trying to find a flaw in Noah. In this regard, Noah appeared calm on the surface, but he could not help but laugh in his heart. Regardless of whether they could find a flaw or not, this stalemate would not last for long, right? If there was a reason, it was because one of the 3 swordsmen would definitely not be able to hold back and attack first. Just as this thought appeared in Noah's mind, a delicate voice sounded. Go. Dyrandal. Dyrandal in Genova's hand suddenly surged with holy flames. Immediately after, Genova raised the holy sword in his hand and heavily slashed down in Noah's direction. Wong! Along with a buzzing sound, the holy flames surging on Dyrandal's sword transformed into a sword wave. Like a cold blade of light, it pierced through the air and shot towards Noah's direction. Wherever the sword wave passed, the ground of the training ground seemed to have been ruthlessly sliced open and split into 2. The attack of the legendary holy sword, which could cut through everything, was like a sword blade formed by energy rushing in front of Noah. Faced with such a powerful slash that could cut a skyscraper in half, Noah only swung the holy sword in his hand. Clang! A sword light slashed through the air with a clear, melodious sound. Pucci, the holy sword, which could break all curses and spells, sliced the oncoming sword wave in half, creating a sound that sounded like flesh being torn apart. Punk! The powerful sword wave that was sliced in half suddenly exploded like fireworks, scattering into specks of dim light. However, just behind the sword wave that had exploded, 3 black figures rushed straight over. They were like arrows that had left the bow, and their speed was extremely fast. Udu rushed to the front. Just like Noah, he had anticipated that Genova would definitely not be able to hold back and would be the first to attack. He rushed towards Noah like a flash of lightning. Ah! Udu shouted fiercely as he raised the devil sword in his hand high up. Along with the sound of the air being torn apart, he brought along a sharp force and viciously slashed towards Noah's head from top to bottom. At the same time, Genova and Irina, who were rushing behind Udu, suddenly separated. They nimbly tapped on the ground and flashed to Noah's left and right sides. The holy swords in their hands, one in front and one behind, cut through the air and violently slashed towards Noah. In an instant, Noah was surrounded by Udu, Genova, and Irina in a triangular formation. He was enveloped by the holy sword and devil sword that carried holy wave and chilling devil chi. With such a pincer attack, not to mention a superior devil, even a superior devil would be severely injured if he was grazed by one of the swords. After all, the swords in their hands were not ordinary weapons. They were famous even in the legends. However, facing the pincer attack of the 3 legendary holy swords and devil swords, Noah only slightly raised the silver holy sword in his hand. Ultimate sword skill. Form 3 Shadow Moon Dance. A slash that resembled moonlight suddenly appeared, as if a full moon had suddenly expanded in this space and slashed in all directions. Clank! Along with the sound of metal clashing, the crescent-like slashes landed on the holy and demonic swords in the hands of Udu, Genova, and Irina at almost the same time. The terrifying force of the slashes sent the 3 of them flying. Ugh! Ah! Groans and cries of surprise rang out from the mouths of the 3 Jumanli family swordsmen, but they could not change the fate of their defeat. When Udu, Genova, and Irina stabilized their bodies and landed on the ground, before they could even raise their heads, a silver holy sword was pointed in front of them. That's the end of it. Noah had appeared in front of the 3 swordsmen out of nowhere and shrugged his shoulders. It's a pity that this time, you still didn't manage to make 3 moves. With that, Noah made the elven device in his hand disappear and returned to the gift card. Udu, Genova, and Irina looked at each other and sat down on the ground, paralyzed. We lost again, Udu said helplessly. As expected, it's still too early to think that you can win against teacher by just a move or 2. That's right, Genova said weakly. For a swordsman, this is a bit of a blow. Ah, I thought I would definitely be able to do it today. Irina simply lay on the ground, her plump upper body rising and falling with her breathing. Her delicate face was slightly puffed up as she muttered in dissatisfaction. It's all Genova's fault. He couldn't hold back and always attacked suddenly. This kind of attack pattern was seen through long ago. What? Genova frowned and glared at Irina. Are you blaming me? It's not that strange, Elena said insincerely. But can't you think for a bit before attacking? You want to say that I didn't use my brain, right? Undoubtedly, you're an idiot. WH. What? Who are you calling an idiot? It's you. You were already an idiot in the past, and you've become even more idiotic after being reincarnated as a devil. Irina, you idiot. Genova is the idiot. Big idiot. The 2 swordsmen from the original church suddenly started arguing for no reason. Noah and Udu looked at each other speechlessly. Chapter 1898. It had been more than a month since the hero's sex attack. Noah had been training the Jumanli's kin for the past month or so. There was no other reason other than the fact that Leah had brought her kin to Noah and solemnly asked him to train them. The reason for doing so was very simple. When the hero's sect attacked, not only were the Jumanli's kin of no help, but they were also taken down by the hero's sect as hostages to threaten Noah. In the end, half of Orpheus's power was taken away by the disaster squad. Afterward, when she learned of the matter, she felt extremely regretful and deeply understood the importance of strength. Hence, she personally brought her kin and asked Noah to train them. To be honest, Noah could understand Leah's thoughts. It was not as if Noah had never experienced the regret caused by the lack of strength. It just so happened that Noah also had some strength that he wanted to practice, so he agreed to Leah's request without any hesitation. As a result, Noah had been training the Jumanli's kin for the past month. Sometimes he was the opponent of Leah and Junai, engaging in actual combat with the two leaders of the Jumanli's kin. Sometimes he was the guidance of his incarnation, correcting the swordsmanship of the three swordsmen, Udu, Genova, and Irina. Sometimes he relied on his rich experience traveling between worlds to impart his experience to Kitten, who was good at melee combat, and Aisha, who was good at healing. Sometimes he expressed his opinions on Label and Lasvias fire magic and Norse magic, allowing them to understand magic and magic to a higher level. Even Gasper had received Noah's training. Fortunately, Noah had a variety of powers and treasures in the past, and had used a lot of abilities. Coupled with his extraordinary combat talent and powerful combat instincts from the God Slayer, even if the Jumanli's kin were good at different aspects, Noah taught them all. Although it had only been a little more than a month, it had to be said that the Jumanli subordinates were a group of very talented demons, and their fighting strength had clearly increased. This was especially true for Udu and Gasper, who had divine artifacts. The two of them had improved the most under Noah's training. The former had comprehended the forbidden move during a high-pressure battle. The latter's control over the divine artifact that could stop time was getting better and better. Even Noah, who had the curse resistance, had suffered a loss once. The improvement could be said to be great. Of course, apart from this, the Jumanli's subordinates also had their own improvements. Noah looked at Genova and Irina, who were squabbling on the ground, as well as Udu, who had a helpless look on his face. Noah turned his head and looked in the other direction of the training ground. The training ground was located in an alternate dimension. It was a specialized training ground that Leah had asked her father to build for her. The entire area had been reinforced, and even superior demons would find it difficult to leave traces here. Even if there was damage, it would take less than a day for the damaged area to repair itself to its original state. This showed how advanced the Demon Realm's technology in creating training grounds was. Moreover, the area was quite vast, and everyone could occupy an empty space for their own training. At the moment, in an empty space not far from Noah, Leah and Junai were having a magic duel. Every time Liath's destructive magic hit the ground would explode and blast a crater into the ground. Junai, on the other hand, was an expert in lightning attribute magic. With the bloodline of a fallen angel, he could manipulate the power of light. Combining lightning attribute magic and lightning attribute magic, he was constantly rampaging through the space. Just like Leah, he could easily leave deep craters on the ground. Clearly, in terms of destructive power, both Leah and Junai had far surpassed superior demons. In an empty space further away from Leah and Junai, Leah and Latvias were also engaged in a fierce battle. Leah was the rightful heir of the Phoenix family. Not only did she have a unique advantage in fire attribute magic, but she also had an immortal body and was very difficult to deal with. However, Latvias was the Valkyrie of Norse mythology. She was also a talented woman who was proficient in all sorts of Norse magic and spells, especially the omnidirectional bombardment of elemental magic. The power of her spells was shocking, and she was a cut above Leah and Junai. If it wasn't for the Phoenix, most superior demons would not be able to withstand such ferocious attacks. Compared to the intense battle between Leah, Junai, Label, and Los Valles, the clearing occupied by Aisha, the kitten, and Gasper's party was strangely quiet. The three of them were sitting neatly in a row on the ground, eyes closed as they meditated. Aisha and Gasper were meditating to deepen their understanding of the divine item, hoping to draw out more of the item's power. This method of using meditation to deepen one's understanding of the artifact was not taught by Noah, but by Athena. Having created a man-made, divine item once, Athena's understanding of divine items far surpassed Noah's, and teaching him the trick to using the divine item's power was a piece of cake. The kitten, on the other hand, was calmly experiencing the flow of chi between her body and nature. That way, she would be able to use immortal spells better, and her combat ability would naturally increase. Yudu, Genova, and Irina were the ones who received Noah's guidance most often. After all, compared to mana, magic, divine items, and immortal spells, Noah's understanding of swordsmanship was unquestionably the highest. With that being the case, the swordsman among the three Jimenez's kin was naturally the one who received Noah's training the most. Still, Genova's Dilindar aside, I didn't expect that a demon would be using the king's sword as well. How strange. The king's sword. It was torn apart during the ancient war and was then forged into 7 holy swords with different abilities. Even in the legends, they were very famous. In the past, Genova and Irina had used the Holy Sword of Destruction and the Holy Sword of Mimicry respectively. Noah had also obtained a Holy Sword of Heaven Flash, but that was only a part of the king's sword. Not long ago, the angels claimed to have found the last holy sword that they couldn't find before, and with the help of Asashal's power, they obtained the holy sword. Thus, Michael made the decision to retrieve the 7 holy swords and reforge them. Finally, the king's sword could see the light of day again. After that, Michael gave the king's sword to Irina. Thus, the holy sword in Irina's hand was no longer an incomplete holy sword, but a complete king's sword. As for Yudu, Noah turned his gaze and looked at the demonic sword in Yudu's hand. Is that Gelamo? Gelamo. It was also known as the Demon Overlord Sword. In Wally's team, the descendant of the Night King of Great Britain, Arthur, held the strongest holy sword, the King's Sword. The Demon Overlord Sword was the strongest demonic sword that could rival the King's Sword. This demonic sword was now in Yudu's hands. The Demon Overlord Sword was originally the sword of Siegfried of the hero's faction. Yudu said with a complicated expression, "When the hero's faction attacked, I fought with him and was no match for him at all." However, at that time, the Demon Overlord Sword seemed to have faintly shown signs of recognizing me as its master. After that, Siegfried was defeated by the swordsman who had the King's Sword, causing the Demon Overlord's Sword to completely betray him. Under such circumstances, knowing that the Demon Overlord's Sword had shown signs of recognizing Yudu as its master, Sazax handed the Demon Overlord's Sword to Yudu. "If it's possible, I hope to fight with the previous owner of Gelamo again. I've always been brooding over the crushing defeat that time." Yudu revealed a fearless smile. "However, since Siegfried has been captured, my goal is to defeat the owner of the King's Sword who defeated him. One day, I'll use this Demon Overlord Sword to defeat the owner of the King's Sword and prove that I'm stronger than Siegfried." It had to be said that Yudu, who spat out these words with his handsome face, was really very stylish. It was definitely enough to charm the love-struck fools in Fogeman Academy. However, if those love-struck fools knew that Yudu would regularly go to Hyodo Issei's house to cook for him every day, what would they think? Chapter 1899. Just like that, Noah fought a few more battles with the demons of the Jamonli's kin before the special training for the day came to an end. "Thank you for your hard work, teacher." The Jamonli's kin lined up neatly, as if they were in a physical education class, and bowed to Noah. That was their daily routine. "Thank you for your hard work, too." Noah nodded and spoke. "By the way, I may be going on a long trip soon. I don't know how long it will take, so once I'm gone, you can train according to your own pace." All of the Jamangli family members were stunned upon hearing this. Isha tilted her head and said with an innocent expression, "Teacher, Are you going on a long trip? Do you need me to prepare your lunch? No need. Noah shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Don't worry about my 3 meals. It will be taken care of when I get there. Besides, I have prepared a lot of food and water in my gift card. I won't starve to death. The rest of the Jamonli's kin smiled, but they found Isha's naivety quite cute. But soon, her expression turned serious. Teacher, are you going to the vampire's territory? That's right. Noah did not hide it and nodded directly. Now, all the mythical forces have reached a peace agreement. Only the vampires have not expressed their stance, and have even shown very obvious signs of resistance. Previously, because the other mythical forces had not reached a peace agreement, Sazax and Asashel wanted to focus their energy on that side for the time being, so they could only be in a stalemate with the vampires. Now it's time for a showdown. As early as more than a month ago, Asashel had asked Noah to go with him to the vampire's territory. But before that, the peace agreement with the other mythical forces had to be reached first. Only after dealing with this matter perfectly could Asashel be free. Just yesterday, Asashel contacted Noah. The conclusion of the peace agreement between the various mythical forces had reached the final stage, and the coordination and cooperation in all aspects have been finalized. In the next few days, they should be able to set off for the vampire's territory. I believe that now that all the forces have reached a peace agreement, and only the vampires are left alone, they won't ignore this matter anymore, right? Noah curled his lips. Otherwise, when the time comes, the vampires will not be enemies with one force alone, but with the forces of the world. That being said, it was definitely impossible to force them, or rather, it was meaningless. How could there be peace through coercion? Since it was for the sake of world peace, then coercion was absolutely out of the question. Therefore, as the governor of the fallen angels, Ashel felt that it was necessary for him to personally to show his sincerity. In addition, with the Godslayer as a witness accompanying him, presumably, the vampires would have to seriously consider the peace agreement, right? Asashel also said that if you want to go with him, it's also possible. Noah turned his gaze to one of the Jamonli's kin. After all, we also have people who have some connections with the vampires, don't we? Hearing Noah's words, the Jamonli's kin gathered their gazes on Gasper. No, Gasper shook his head very fiercely, tears even welling up in his eyes. I don't want to meet the other vampires. I don't want to go to the vampire's territory either. Looking at Gasper's violent reaction, he believed that anyone could have noticed it, right? This hybrid of vampire and human had a past and memories that were unbearable to recall. That's it, teacher. Lias touched Gasper's head, who looked like he was about to cry, and sighed regretfully. Considering Gasper's mood, we can't go with him. I know. Noah spread his hands. Originally, I just wanted to expand your horizons and Gasper's identity as a vampire, so I thought of letting you follow. I'm not forcing you. Minister, Gasper said dejectedly. I'm sorry, don't mind it. Gasper, Lias said gently. You're my lovely servant. It's natural for me to think of you. To us, Gasper is irreplaceable. Junai also showed his gentle side. You don't have to apologize for this kind of thing. The rest of the Jamonli's kin also comforted him, and Gasper was touched. Then, it's decided that you Jamonli's kin will not participate. Noah clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. I'll go alone from our side, and Asashel doesn't seem to bring any guards. It seems that this time, it's just me and Asashel accompanying each other. In my opinion, if Teacher and the Viceroy are together, then there's no need for guards, Lias said sincerely. But if you need someone to accompany you, why don't you bring Sidi's kin? Kangna? Noah thought for a while and nodded. Then you contact Kangna and ask her what she thinks. Anyway, there's still a few days before we depart. Understood. Lias agreed without hesitation. Thus, the group of people disbanded. By the way, in the corner of the training ground, Orpheus had been sitting on a bench, eating snacks while watching everyone train. That was Orpheus' favorite thing to do. Of course, Orpheus' favorite thing to do was not to stay silent, but to silently observe the actions of the people around him. Sometimes, he would even imitate them. She looked just like a child who was learning how to walk. Although her tender and cute face did not show any emotion, she still gave people a very cute feeling. After everyone was dismissed, Noah looked at Orpheus, who was sitting in the corner, and sighed in his heart. If it was anyone else, and half of their strength had been taken away, they would have already lost their heads and tried to find a way to regain their lost strength. However, Orpheus did not care about his own power at all. Ever since half of his power was taken away more than a month ago, he was still living a carefree life as before. The only thing that changed was that Orpheus no longer talked about defeating the real Emperor Crimson Dragon, and seemed to have given up on that goal. After all, Orpheus had not only lost half of his power, but also went from infinite to limited. Compared to his heyday, he was much weaker. Under such circumstances, with Orpheus' current power, if he were to face the real Emperor Crimson Dragon, he would definitely not be able to survive 3 moves, even if he was not killed instantly. But even so, Orpheus, who had only half of his power left and had gone from infinite to limited, was still the strongest in the world. Now that Orpheus had lost his infinite power, he had slid down from 3 digits, but did not fall to 4 digits. In other words, Orpheus was now in between 3 digits and 4 digits. He was weaker than 3 digits, but stronger than 4 digits. It was a very ambiguous realm. In the past, even if the rest of the top 10 in the world joined forces, they would not be able to defeat Orpheus in one move. Now, although Orpheus was still the strongest in the world, the gap between them was not as wide as before. If possible, I should help Orpheus get back his lost power, Noah thought to himself. Even if Orpheus doesn't care, I can't let his power be used by the Disaster Squad. Moreover, Noah was also very concerned about the half of power that Orpheus had lost. That was because the Disaster Squad was preparing to use that half of his power to create a clone of Orpheus. Maybe I'll have to make another Orpheus an enemy in the future, Noah sighed. At this moment, Orpheus, who was sitting quietly in the corner eating snacks, suddenly stopped what he was doing and raised his head to look up. Noah noticed this detail and was stunned for a moment before he walked forward. What's wrong, Orpheus? Orpheus retracted his gaze and turned to Noah. Obviously, to Orpheus, Noah was more important. Then Orpheus spoke. There's the aura of an evil dragon. Noah narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard that. Chapter 1900. The training space for the Jamonli's family was connected to the Supernatural Research Department's office in Coal King Academy through a fixed teleportation formation. Therefore, when Noah moved out of the training space and arrived at the Paranormal Research Department's office, he came out of the office and arrived at the empty space outside the old school building. His superb sensing ability allowed him to sense an evil presence. The aura was very weak, but it wasn't hidden at all. It seemed like the owner of the aura was quite a distance away from Coal King Academy. However, Noah, who had superb senses, could still sense the aura clearly no matter how difficult it was to detect it. Noah's feelings seemed to have been transmitted to Draeger's body, causing Draeger's voice to sound in Noah's mind. This is the aura of an evil dragon. Evil dragon? Noah was slightly taken aback before he asked. What's that? A type of dragon? Rather than a type of dragon, it's more like a name for a specific type of dragon. Draeger explained. In a dragon clan, those extremely dangerous and uncontrollable creatures are called that. There are also some terrifying existences that appear in various myths and legends. Dragons that appear in various myths and legends? Noah frowned. Seeing this, Draeg explained. For example, Dark Dragon of the New Moon Crom Crutch, Forbidden Dragon of the Mana Source Izzy Dahaka, Dark Dragon of the Primordial Apophis, Violent Dragon of the Great Sin Grendel, Guardian Dragon of the Precious Tree Laden, and so on. They are all very famous evil dragons in various myths and legends. Needless to say, they are extremely dangerous, especially Crom Crutch, Az Dahaka, and Apophis. One of them killed the king of the gods in Celtic mythology, one of them is an evil god in the Zoroastrianism, and the last one tried to seal the entire world in Egyptian mythology into darkness. There was no need for a detailed explanation. Just by listening to Draeg's explanation, one could tell how dangerous the three evil dragons were. This was especially so for Noah, who was very knowledgeable about all kinds of myths and legends. He knew just how terrifying these three evil dragons were. Of course, that was in myths and legends. In the real world, or rather in this world, it was not enough to know how powerful the evil dragons were. Noah asked, "How is the evil dragon's strength compared to you, a heavenly dragon who is ranked among the top 10 in the world?" If you're referring to when I was alive, then I'm naturally stronger as a sky dragon. A sky dragon is an existence that surpasses all other dragons and is only below the dragon god, Drake said as if he was talking about someone else. However, the weakest of the legendary level evil dragons mentioned just now are at least at the Dragon King level. Clone Kwa, Izzy, Dahaka, and Apophis are all at the top of the Dragon King level, just below the Heavenly Dragon level. If the opponent is just an ordinary god, it should be possible to kill one or two of them, right? Dragons with the title of Dragon King were at least at the Demon King level. In other words, the Dragon Kings were all at the top of the 5 digits. As for the 3 representative evil dragons that Drake mentioned, there were at least 4 digits of them. After all, these 3 evil dragons were not weaker than the gods in their respective myths and legends. As a result, Noah was puzzled. How come I've never heard of such powerful dragons? To be more precise, he had never heard of their activities in this world. Otherwise, the number and ranking of the 5 great dragon kings would change. In response, Drake only sighed. There's nothing strange about it. Even the 2 heavenly dragons were killed and sealed. So how could the evil dragons be left alone? The so-called evil dragons were extremely cruel and uncontrollable, so they were all sealed and destroyed. Even one of the 5 great dragon kings was sealed, and his soul was cut into several pieces and lodged in several divine artifacts. It was even worse than the 2 heavenly dragons. At this point, Drake was confused again. But why would the aura of the evil dragons, which should have been sealed and destroyed, appear again? Drake's confusion was the same as Noah's. No matter what, let's go and find out. Noah said decisively, "The aura of the evil dragons is so dense, it won't be hard to find them." "Be careful, partner," Drake immediately said. "The evil dragons are extremely difficult to deal with. Even we, the dragon race, avoid them like the plague. Those guys' brains are basically all damaged, and none of them are mentally sound. You definitely won't lose to the evil dragons, but it's disgusting to be entangled with them. If you really fight, don't show any mercy and kill them cleanly." From Drake's words, one could tell how great the evil dragon's ability to attract hatred was. Moreover, not only did he say that the evil dragons were troublesome, he even said that they were disgusting. It was clear that even the sky dragons didn't want to deal with the evil dragons. Noah naturally didn't want to be disgusted by the evil dragons for nothing. But the fact that the evil dragons released their aura so brazenly meant that they didn't care about the forces stationed in Chariot King Town. Just the fact that the evil dragons were at least at the level of a Dragon King or Demon King was already a huge problem. Therefore, if the evil dragons were as annoying and disgusting as Drager described them to be, then there's no need for me to show any mercy. Noah muttered to himself. Then he thought of Laias and the others and turned to Orpheus. "Orpheus, I'll go and deal with the evil dragons. Can you help me protect the people of Jiming's family?" Hearing that, Orpheus looked up and met Noah's gaze and nodded. In the next second, Orpheus disappeared without a trace. It was as if he had merged into the night, and even his aura had completely vanished. Noah was relieved. His body flashed, and he disappeared as well. He turned into a streak of light and shot into the sky, heading in a certain direction. At this time, the sky had already darkened. Noah and the Jiming's family members had always been training after school. They would attend classes as usual and enter the training space immediately after school. Naturally, they had to continue training until nighttime, with the exception of holidays. Noah flew through the night sky, braving the chilly night wind. His sensory ability spread out like a domain, enveloping his surroundings. Noah firmly grasped the trace of the evil dragon's aura in the air, and with the feedback from his sensory ability, he rushed in the direction of the aura. As Noah flew, the trace of the evil dragon's aura in the air became denser, proving that Noah was heading in the right direction. However, just as Noah was about to reach the location of the aura, the owner of the aura suddenly moved. The other party had sensed that someone was approaching them. In other words, the other party had discovered Noah's arrival. However, under such circumstances, not only did the other party not flee in a hurry, but they suddenly charged in Noah's direction at an astonishing speed. Noticing this, Noah raised an eyebrow and stopped in his tracks. At the same time, Dalag's voice rang out in Noah's mind. "They're here!" Noah saw Dalag's voice as soon as he finished speaking. In the night sky in front of him, a gigantic black shadow suddenly appeared. Roar! A thunderous roar turned into a sound wave that reverberated throughout the night sky of Chariot King Town. After the roar, the other party's loud laughter rang out. "Someone actually took the initiative to come to me? That's great. I didn't act on my own accord. It's an enemy attack. I have to face them head-on." With such loud laughter, the black shadow was like a gigantic meteor, bringing with it the sound of the wind. Amidst the roar and laughter that had yet to completely subside, it charged straight in Noah's direction without any deviation. That momentum was like a fighter jet charging straight at Noah's direction. Even though it was still hundreds of meters away, the strong wind from the impact blew fiercely, causing Noah's robes to flutter. In response, Noah only narrowed his eyes slightly, and his entire body began to fluctuate with an extremely dense aura. The distance between the two instantly reduced to 0. Chapter 1901. Dawn. In the sky above Chariot King Town, the originally calm night sky suddenly trembled with a thunderous boom, causing a shockwave to sweep out like a violent gale, stirring up the atmosphere. It was extremely shocking. Amidst the boom, two figures, one big and one small, flew out from the epicenter of the shockwave, creating friction in the air. Amidst the sharp sound of the shockwave breaking through the air, they opened up a distance of more than 100 meters before they could stabilize themselves. Noah's body shook as he froze in midair. He felt a slight numbness all over his body as he raised his head and looked forward. Only then did Noah get a good look at his opponent. It was a giant. That's right, a giant. However, this giant had a ferocious dragon head, sharp dragon claws, and a thick dragon tail. There was also a pair of dragon wings on its back that were slightly larger than its body. It looked like a giant draconian. Its height easily exceeded 30 meters, which was many times larger than Noah. Its scales were light black. Its eyes were light silver. However, there were dark green ripples on his body. From the waves, Noah felt an evil presence. In the eyes of the giant, Noah felt a suffocating madness. "Glendale." Draeger's shocked voice rang in Noah's mind. "It's him, Glendale." Noah stood up in surprise and finally looked at the giant draconian. "He's Glendale, the Tyrannosaurus Rex of Great Sin Glendale." It was one of the legendary evil dragons that Draeger had mentioned before. Speaking of this evil dragon, one had to mention a Norse hero, Beowulf. He was very famous in Norse mythology as a hero who had slain 3 monsters in his life. Glendale was one of the monsters that Beowulf had slain. The giant seemed to be able to hear Draeger's voice. Its scale-covered eyelids trembled slightly as it spoke in surprise. "This voice is so familiar. Don't tell me it's Draeger?" "It's me." Draeger's voice began to come from Noah's body. "I didn't expect you to remember me. I thought you didn't have anything else in your head other than fighting." "What? Does that mean it's really Draeg?" Glendale's voice sounded more and more surprised. "What's wrong? Why are you hiding in a little guy's body? Are you not going to come out? You're still as rude as before." Draeg's tone was unusually displeased. "Undoubtedly, you were killed by the first Beowulf. Why did you suddenly revive? That kind of thing doesn't matter at all." Glendale's silver eyes flashed with ruthlessness. "Compared to that, Draeg, since you're already here, hurry up and come out. Let's have a long-awaited battle." Seeing Glendale's aura turning violent, Noah frowned and told Draeger, "Are you old acquaintances? It's just that annoying guy back then pestered me, and I taught him a lesson. Draeger said, that guy is a lunatic who has nothing in his mind other than fighting. But in terms of strength, I'm afraid that he can surpass more than half of the current 5 great Dragon Kings. Partner, when you fight with that guy, you don't need to hold back. Otherwise, you will really be entangled by him until you die. From Draeger's constant emphasis on don't have to be merciful, one could tell how difficult it was to deal with the evil dragon named Glendale. Not in terms of strength, but in terms of spirit. If you don't beat him until he can't stand up, he won't let you go. Draeger's voice was filled with disgust, as if he was deeply hurt. That's why you'd better use your forbidden technique and completely crush that guy. Before Noah could react to Draeger's words, Glendale on the other side yelled in agitation. Crush me? Good, good. Come and try. Hurry up and crush me. Hurry up. Along with the laughter, Glendale was the first to lose his patience. After roaring, he flapped his dragon wings, stirring up a strong gust of wind, and shot towards Noah. Undoubtedly, Glendale's speed was faster than a bullet despite his enormous size. The sharp sound of air breaking rang out again. The huge body stirred up waves of air as it charged forward. It rushed in front of Noah with a great momentum and raised one of its dragon hands high up in the air. Immediately after, Glendale clenched his hand into a fist. Unlike ordinary dragons who fought with their sharp dragon claws, Glendale was like a giant. Amidst the whistling sound, Glendale fiercely threw a punch at Noah. Wherever that punch passed, the air was completely squeezed clean. It was accompanied by a shocking sonic boom as it heavily smashed down like a mountain. Under that punch, Noah was simply like an ant. He was pitifully small and couldn't even compare to Glendale's fist. Thus, in Noah's vision, that enormous fist was like a dark patch of sky falling towards him. Feeling the terrifying might of that simple punch, Noah had reason to believe that even if a mountain was hit, it would crumble into pieces. That was truly a blow that could split a mountain. A blow from a legendary evil dragon was so terrifying. However, in the face of such a blow, Noah's eyes didn't waver in the slightest. Instead, he raised his own fist and viciously punched out. He didn't use magic. After losing his ability value, Noah's body had regressed to the level of a human. Under the situation where he didn't use any magic, he used an ordinary punch to welcome the blow of the dragon that was as heavy as a mountain and as powerful as a meteor. In the next second, the two fists of different sizes, one big and one small, collided with a loud bang. Dong! A thunderous sound echoed through the night sky, penetrating through the horizon. The surging shock wave shook the entire heaven and earth. Then, just like at the beginning, the center of the shock wave, one big and one small figure flew out like they were struck by lightning. The sharp sound of breaking through the air echoed, stirring up the atmosphere. Once again, they pulled apart a few hundred meters before coming to a stop. They were evenly matched. Glendale looked at Noah's direction in astonishment. Of course, Noah was unharmed from head to toe. He wasn't at a disadvantage in the slightest. Is this for real? Glendale asked in a daze. A human's fist is actually evenly matched with mine. As he muttered to himself, Glendale's enormous body started to tremble. It wasn't because of trembling, but because of excitement. Is this for real? Is this for real? Is this for real? Glendale was so excited that he started to talk like a madman. Is that still a human? Is that still a human? Even that bastard Beowulf wouldn't dare to take my fist head on, right? What? There's actually such a great human. Bastard. If those who knew about Noah's situation saw this scene, they would be equally shocked. It would have been fine if Noah had used his enhanced magic, but without enhanced magic, Noah's body that had reverted back to the human realm should have been smashed into minced meat by Glendale's punch. In the end, Noah was able to take the legendary evil dragon's fist head on, and he wasn't at a disadvantage. This was Noah's harvest after more than a month. Gazing at Glendale, who was laughing maniacally, Noah slowly clenched his numb fists. His brows slightly furrowed as he muttered to himself. So hard. It was indeed very hard. With Noah's current arm strength, his fist didn't even break Glendale's scales. Instead, his palm felt numb. This was enough to prove the toughness of Glendale's scales. Glendale's scales are famous for their toughness. It's the toughest among all dragons. Back then, I was only able to shatter his scales after increasing my strength. Drake said, I told you to use Forbidden Hand. Otherwise, you'll only be entangled by that madman. Forbidden Hand is the highest level of divine equipment. Wouldn't it be too cheap to use it casually? Noah's eyes flickered. Why don't you let me try out my new strength? Chapter 1902. In fact, Noah had wanted to solve the drawbacks of strengthening magic for a long time. At the beginning, Noah became a god slayer. Because of his physique, it led to the mutation of his authority. Even a magic he mastered was no longer attached to the root of the world of the shaped moon. It no longer needed to be connected to the magic base plate and became independent from the magic of the shaped moon world. Under such circumstances, Noah's magic was no longer limited by the root of the shaped moon world and could develop independently. Under the stimulation of the infinite magic brought by the third perpetual smart personality, it had the amazing effect of strengthening the user's physical ability to the 5-digit peak level. It could be regarded as a miracle. However, there was a drawback of this strengthening magic. No, that's not right. There is no drawback of strengthening magic itself. It's just that when using this magic, if Noah wanted to get the power comparable to the 5-digit peak, then he needed to use all the magic he could control to strengthen it. Once there was less magic support, the degree of strengthening would also decrease. The result was that once Noah used strengthening magic, there was no way to use the other powers that needed to be stimulated. For example, the Elven device. When Noah used the Elven device, he needed to convert his own energy into divine might. Therefore, once the Elven device was used, the strengthening magic that needed magic support could not be used. Of course, that referred to the situation when Noah fully stimulated the power of the Elven device. Noah could convert his own energy into magic and divine might at the same time, and use magic and the Elven device at the same time. However, it was said before that controlling one type of energy alone was undoubtedly more convenient than controlling two types of energy at the same time. If the difficulty was reduced, the more energy could be used and the stronger the power that Noah could exert. In this way, if he used two types of energy at the same time, it would be better to use one type of energy. That way he could be stronger. This caused Noah to be unable to use the other powers when using strengthening magic unless he reduced the power of strengthening. That was undoubtedly a drawback. Therefore, when Noah used the Elven device, he used the body enhancement effect of the absolute sword skill to enhance his physical abilities instead of using it together with magic enhancement. Otherwise, Noah would have been able to defeat Lotus and Nubia easily. He didn't even need to activate the another cosmology to deal with the 3 Mad Elf Kings. Otherwise, he would have been able to deal with them easily. In view of this, Noah had always wanted to solve this problem so that he could use the rest of his power while using enhancement magic. After more than a month of research, Noah finally succeeded. At this time, in Noah's body, endless energy was flowing in an orderly manner. It was like a cycle, forming a pattern of electric wires. It was exactly the same as the magic patterns that were added to the target of the enhancement spell when it was activated. Noah borrowed the magic and magic of this world and used rituals and tactics to reproduce the magic power of demons, so that his energy was no longer simply stored in his body like before. Instead, it circulated like veins, forming the magic patterns to activate enhancement magic. Simply put, it was using the energy in his body to draw a magic array. In this way, as long as the energy in Noah's body was not exhausted, the enhancement magic would continue to work forever. Does it sound familiar? That's right, it's a perpetual motion machine. Only Noah, who had the third perpetual smart personality, could do permanent strengthening. Now, the endless energy in Noah's body has been fixed to flow in this cycle. No matter which type of energy Noah converted, the enhancement magic could always be used passively. Although the energy that needed to be consumed would still be consumed, it would change from active to passive. This meant that Noah no longer had to be distracted to control it, and could use the energy in his body to use other powers. In addition, the energy in Noah's body also had the characteristic of being converted at any time. Not only could it convert into magic power, divine power, and even divine might at will, but it could also convert any energy in Noah's memory. Because it could only convert energy, Noah did not pay much attention to this characteristic in the past. However, after returning to this world, Noah realized that he was wasting God's gift, because the magic power of demons and the light power of angels were also a type of energy. However, the magic power of demons could be added to their attributes through imagination, turning into storms, flames, lightning, and other attacks. The light power of angels had the characteristic of shaping, condensing into various shapes such as sabers, swords, spears, halberds, and so on. If Noah converted the energy into the magic power of demons and the light power of angels, would he have these two powers? The answer, yes. However, on this basis, Noah made some adjustments. Looking at Glendale's ecstatic appearance of wanting to rush over again, Noah's mind moved, and the energy flowing in his body instantly transformed. What did it transform into? Divine power. Ever since his authority had entered a state of upgrade, he could no longer use divine power. A resplendent golden shockwave suddenly vibrated from Noah's body, spreading out in all directions like a hurricane. Shortly after, within that resplendent golden shockwave, a spear of light suddenly condensed, flashing with dazzling radiance. Like a military formation, it filled the entire space around Noah. It was not a spear of light condensed from the power of light, but a spear of light condensed from divine power. Fallen angels were the form of angels after they fell. Angels were life forms created by God using divine power. In other words, the source of light power was the power of God. Noah's divine power also came from God, and in terms of grade and rank, it was definitely higher than light power. Therefore, Noah added the shape-shifting characteristic of the power of light to his divine power, allowing his divine power to also possess the shape-shifting characteristic. What was the difference between a spear of light condensed from divine power that was one level higher than light power, compared to the spears of light of angels and fallen angels? The answer could be seen from the huge spears of light that filled the space around Noah, as well as Glendale's abrupt laughter that stopped abruptly. The next moment, the spears of light that were far larger than Glendale's body were like flashes of light, piercing through the vast sky and shooting towards Glendale's direction. Glendale's face was filled with shock, feeling the power contained in the huge spears of light. Without thinking, he raised his arms in front of him and made a defensive posture. Bang, 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 bang. The huge spears of light that covered the sky and earth crashed onto Glendale's huge body, triggering a series of explosions that shook the space. Flames and strong light appeared in midair and gradually expanded. Oh! Glendale's anguished howls resounded in the midst of the flames and strong light. Then, an astonishing shock wave blasted out from the center of the explosion, dispersing the intense flames and dazzling light. Glendale seemed to have fallen into a berserk state as he frantically swung his fists, smashing away the huge spears of light that were attacking him. Upon closer inspection, the scales on Glendale's body were actually oozing with blood. This proved that Glendale wasn't able to completely withstand the wave of spears of light with the hardness of his scales. So, Glendale switched from defense to offense. As he punched away the incoming spears of light, he flapped the dragon wings on his back and charged toward Noah at an astonishing speed, bringing with him a frightening aura of malice and evil. You actually broke through my scales? Undoubtedly, you're just a lowly human. Again, his injuries didn't enrage Glendale. Instead, he became more and more ecstatic. He roared loudly as he swung his fist, ignoring the scales on his fist that were gradually cracking. Then, he charged towards Noah without hesitation. Seeing this, Noah only sneered and raised his hand. The divine power that surged from Noah's body immediately surged and turned into chains of light. Like pythons, they suddenly shot out and met Glendale. Chapter 1903. In the blink of an eye, just as Glendale was about to strike Noah with all his might, the nimble python-like chains of light formed from divine power cut through the air and arrived in front of Glendale. Drake had said that the evil dragon's mind was filled with nothing but battle. It was a complete lunatic. No one would want to be entangled by such a lunatic. However, in Noah's opinion, this lunatic was the easiest to deal with. This was because Noah was certain that Glendale would only rely on his instincts and impulses in battle. He definitely wouldn't use his brain. That was why Noah had predicted that Glendale would charge straight at him. Just like that, while Glendale was still swinging his fists and smashing away the gigantic light spears, the chains of light silently swept past him. Before Glendale could react, a series of thick chains of light wrapped around the evil dragon's gigantic body and bound it tightly in the air. Tisk! Glendale smacked his lips in disdain. What's the use of this thing? While spitting out such arrogant words, Glendale exerted strength all over his body. All the muscles under his scales bulged, and his veins popped out one after another. Roar, roar, roar! Amidst the roar, Glendale burst out in rage, tugging at the chains of light that wrapped around his body. The chains rattled loudly, and even the sound of steel cracking could be heard. However, under such circumstances, not only did the thick chains of light not break, they even tightened around Glendale's gigantic body without showing any signs of breaking. What? Glendale was finally shocked. You can't tear it apart? Tear it apart? Noah laughed sarcastically. If it was just the ordinary power of light, perhaps with your strength, you could even tear apart the light of his Satchel and Michael. Unfortunately, I am not using the power of light. I am using a divine power of a higher level than that. It's impossible to tear it apart. After saying that, Noah slowly raised his hand. 1. The surging divine power gathered in Noah's hand and gradually formed a bow of light. Noah's deep, dark eyes stared straight at Glendale, who was struggling to break free from the shackles of the chains of light. With a calm expression, he pulled the bowstring. The surging divine power once again converged. As Noah drew the bow, it formed an extremely dazzling arrow of light. Your scales seem to be the hardest scales of the Dragon Clan, right? Noah said faintly. Then let me see if your scales are harder than my arrow of light. As soon as he finished speaking, whoosh, the dazzling arrow of light was like a resplendent meteor streaking across the deep night sky, dragging a long tail of light behind it. Amidst the sharp sound of breaking through the air, it disappeared in a flash. Roar, 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 roar. Glendale roared angrily. Under Glendale's furious roar, the dazzling arrow of light swept over and landed heavily on the dragon's body. Dong! In that instant, in the pitch-black moonlit night, a burst of strong light suddenly appeared. It was as if a full moon had exploded in midair, triggering a loud sound and violent impact that swept through the clouds of Chariot King Town. The clouds were extremely fragile and scattered. The atmosphere was cleanly and neatly disrupted. Even the space was like the surface of a lake that had a huge rock thrown into it. Under the violent impact and intense sound waves, circles of ripples appeared, and there were slight distortions. That scene was like the explosion of a star. With such a huge commotion, even the residents of Chariot King Town were startled awake. They thought that a storm was coming and thunder was rumbling. Each of them had lingering fears. Only the demons, angels, and fallen angels who stayed behind to guard Chariot King Town noticed that something was wrong and began to stir. After the demons, angels, and fallen angels left behind to guard Chariot King Town, the huge commotion in the sky gradually subsided. The bow of light in Noah's hand gradually dissipated. The sturdy chains of light also turned into halos and disappeared. Raising his eyes, Noah stared ahead and muttered to himself, "That's right, it's really quite tough." Taking a closer look in front of Noah at the location of the explosion, Glendale's figure reappeared in the air. However, the scales on the gigantic evil dragon's body were almost completely shattered. Large amounts of blood spurted out from the skin underneath and dripped down continuously. Under the direct attack of the arrow of light, Glendale was heavily injured. However, Noah had already used all the divine power he could control in that attack. Logically speaking, even the Demon King and Dragon King wouldn't be able to withstand such an attack. Yet Glendale did. However, that evil dragon was already fatally injured. It would be difficult for it to even stand, right? Just as Noah was thinking, the heavily injured Glendale slowly raised its drooping head. What? The scales on the evil dragon's face were all shattered and covered in green blood. However, it didn't seem to feel anything. The corner of its mouth twitched and revealed an extremely sinister and joyful smile. Aren't you quite capable? Human brat. Glendale ignored the injuries all over its body and twisted its neck with a joyful expression. Noah couldn't help but be stunned when he saw that. Didn't I say so? Drake's voice became heavy. That guy is a lunatic. If we don't beat him to a pulp, no matter how serious his injuries are, he will stand up as if nothing happened. In his mind, pain is not a problem at all. It is like a stimulant, making his emotions more and more excited. That was why Glendale was an evil dragon with an abnormal mind that only thought about fighting. No one would dare to let it cause trouble. That was why Glendale had long been dismembered and destroyed. However, Glendale didn't seem to care about Drake's words. I already said that it doesn't matter. What's important is to continue the fight. Beat him viciously. That's the most important thing. Are you trying to crush me to pieces? Glendale laughed. Then hurry up and do it. Noah finally understood why Drake hated Glendale so much. It wasn't just because Glendale was a lunatic. It was also because this guy was annoying and troublesome. Thus, Noah's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Do you really want to be smashed to pieces? Then I'll fulfill your wish. The divine power that was circulating in an orderly manner in Noah's body suddenly turned into magic power. Clang! A huge magic formation unfolded in front of Noah. An astonishing amount of magic power surged into the magic formation like a tidal wave, causing it to emit a blinding light. Bang! Like the sound of a cannon, a beam of magic power shot out from the magic formation like an arrow piercing through the night sky, heading straight for Glendale. You're playing this trick again? Bastard! Use your fists. Why want us to kill? Kill! Glendale roared with extreme dissatisfaction. He didn't even try to dodge. Instead, he raised his fist and punched out a punch that could shatter mountains and rivers towards the gigantic magic beam that was shooting towards him. In the next second, the huge beam of magic power and the huge fist collided. However, the collision didn't cause any strange sounds. The instant Glendale's fist came into contact with the magical beam, it was as though it was neatly sliced apart. Lines extended out from it. Wah! Glendale was shocked. Unfortunately, it was too late for him to be shocked. The beam of magic power landed on Glendale's body and turned into a brilliant white light, enveloping Glendale's entire body. Amidst the radiance, Glendale's gigantic body was sliced apart. Lines extended out and divided into neatly arranged cubes. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded. Just like the declaration just now, Glendale's body shattered into pieces and his whole body exploded. Fresh blood splattered onto the ground. Chapter 1904. Thud! A huge head fell from the sky with a muffled thud, crashing heavily into an empty field in front of a factory in Chariot Town. Soon after, pieces of neatly arranged flesh fell from the sky along with a large amount of blood, stirring up a thick cloud of dust. Noah slowly descended from the sky and landed on the opposite side of the cloud of dust. He looked ahead, his body still rippling with powerful mana. Raising a hand, Noah slowly opened and closed his palm. As Noah moved, the mana in his hand turned into a dazzling white light, burning slowly like a flame. Noah smiled at the sight. Looks like the reappearance of Shatter has stabilized. There won't be any more problems. Shatter. It was a high-level destructive spell. It was also the mystery that Noah first obtained his life. After becoming a god-slayer, this spell was fused into Noah's authority, becoming one of the incarnations of Noah's authority. And now Noah had reappeared it. With mana. The source of a demon's mana was imagination. Only by infusing it with imagined mana would it become a physical power. If one imagined fire, mana would become fire. If one imagined water, mana would become water. If one imagined wind, mana would become wind. If one imagined lightning, mana would become lightning. Demons could only unleash their power through all kinds of imagination, allowing their mana to materialize what they imagined. But that did not mean that they could materialize their power through imagination alone. Otherwise, demons would have become synonymous with having their wishes come true. Putting aside the fact that the more powerful a spell was, the more mana it would need to consume, just imagine whether one could smoothly inject mana, what aspect of mana one was good at, one's talent in mana, and so on. All of these factors would become the foundation of mana exerting its power. For example, Leah's bloodline had the trait of destruction, allowing her to infuse her imagination of destruction into her mana very smoothly, unleashing the power of destruction. Other demons did not have such a bloodline. Even if they could imagine destruction, they would not be able to infuse it into their mana and unleash its destructive power. Saratog did not awaken the power of destruction at all, nor did he have any talent in mana. The mana in his body was pitifully small, or even none at all, and could not use the power of destruction successfully. It was clear that in terms of destruction, it was not just bloodline, but talent was also a decisive factor. Which aspect of mana one was good at would determine the power of their mana. For example, Junai was most proficient in Thunder Attribute magic power. If he used Thunder Attribute magic power, his power would be extremely strong. Although he could also use other types of magic power, their power was relatively weak and could hardly be of help in battle. It was the same for Label. As the heir of the Phoenix bloodline, her fire mana was infinitely powerful, and she could not use other types of mana apart from fire mana. That was why even though demons' mana could be unleashed with their imagination alone, it did not mean that they could do anything. Some were good at controlling flames. Some were good at controlling lightning. Some were good at controlling water. Some were good at controlling wind. In short, apart from factors such as bloodline and talent, if a demon wanted to unleash the power of their mana, whether they could successfully imagine and infuse it into their imagination would determine whether they could use that type of mana. When Noah used his demonic mana, he could successfully conjure wind, fire, thunder, water, and other attributes, but the power was barely satisfactory. As a result, in an experiment, Noah found that when he used his mana to recreate the crush he had used before, the power was incredibly great. In other words, Noah's talent in mana was just like Liath's destruction, Junai's lightning, and Label's flames. It was all in the aspect of crush. That was to be expected. The source of mana was imagination. For the user, if something left an indelible impression in their mind, it would naturally be easier to imagine it. And for a person who pursued power, it was clear how deep of an impression the first use of power could leave. Not to mention, Noah had once honed himself in the deep mountains and forests for 4 years in order to learn crush. The impression was even more difficult to erase. Hence, the embodiment of Noah's magic power was completely in the aspect of shattering. However, the power to crush everything was already the same as Liath's destruction. It belonged to the domain that only demons with special bloodlines could use. Therefore, after the first recreation, Noah could no longer use crush successfully with his demonic mana. In this case, Noah simply added the characteristics of the demon's magic power to his own magic power, just like how he added the characteristics of the power of light to his divine power. He used his magic power to imagine, recreate, and shatter it. As a result, he succeeded in one fell swoop. Perhaps it was also because Noah had used his own mana to cast crush in the past, so he was very clear about how to use it. That was why he was able to succeed. Let divine power have the characteristics of the power of light and be able to be shaped. Let his own mana have the characteristics of the demon's mana and recreate crush. Let the energy in his body have the characteristics of strengthening magic, so that strengthening magic would become eternal. These three results were Noah's gains for more than a month. At this point, Noah could reach a 4-digit level just by relying on himself. If he used the forbidden hand of the Divine Vanquisher or the power of 2 elven devices, he could even stand shoulder to shoulder with the top 10 champions in the world. The gains were not small. Of course, compared to when he had authority, sovereignty, and ability value, he could reach 2 digits in his heyday. This level of gain was nothing. However, if the opponent was a human, the increase in strength, no matter how much, was good. And if the opponent was not a human, with the power of 2 in other cosmology, he could completely make up for the lack of authority, sovereignty, and ability value. It did not matter at all. In view of this, Noah's gains were still great. In fact, apart from the above 3 gains, Noah also had another gain in the past month. However, using that power to deal with Glendale was a bit of a fuss. No matter what, this is the end. Noah retracted his mana and glanced at the scene in the dust that was gradually settling down. Looking at the neatly cut pieces of the evil dragon's body into cubes by the power of crush, he smirked. As you wish, I've crushed your bones. I hope you're satisfied. Saying so, Noah was about to turn around and leave when a burst of disgusting laughter sounded again. You actually did it. Undoubtedly, it's just a human. Not bad. Noah's figure suddenly froze, and he couldn't help but show a stunned expression on his face. In front of him, in the pile of minced meat, Glendale, who only had a head left, acted as if nothing had happened. He vomited blood and laughed loudly. I want to fight again. I want to fight again. But I can't do anything without a body. Forget it. Anyway, as long as my soul is fine, I can always make a new body. I'll fight to my heart's content then. Ha ha. Looking at Glendale's spirited appearance, Noah's expression finally sank. Hey, Drake, Noah said softly. That evil dragon's vitality is so strong that it can survive with only its head left. No, there's no such thing. Drake seemed to be very surprised. Even if it doesn't take the pain seriously, it's already more than that. The previous Glendale didn't have such vitality. Noah's brows furrowed, and his frown deepened. At this moment, a magic circle appeared beside Glendale's shattered body. Inside the magic array, a man in a black robe slowly walked out of the magic array. It was impossible to see his face clearly. The sudden appearance of the black-robed person caused Noah to turn his gaze to the other party, his eyes gradually narrowing. Although he couldn't see the other party's appearance clearly, and the other party's aura was very unfamiliar, Noah felt a magical power from the other party. The magical power of a demon. The black-robed person in front of him was undoubtedly a demon. Chapter 1905. As expected, the black-robed figure slowly walked out of the magic circle and saw Glendale's shattered body. He sighed. I knew it. With such a huge commotion, it must be you who went on a rampage. Hey, you can't blame me for this. Glendale continued to laugh. I just noticed an enemy attack, so I came out to face them. It was obvious that Glendale was in cahoots with the mysterious devil. However, the black-robed man spoke in a tone as if he was talking to himself about something. Don't use that kind of excuse anymore. It's not smart and not convincing at all. After all, you are just an evil dragon with an empty mind. You don't think about anything other than fighting. What's wrong with fighting? Glendale laughed sinisterly. Only the passion of battle can prove that I'm alive. But if you go overboard, it won't do us any good, the black-robed figure said calmly. Our mission is to investigate the God-Slayer who is said to be living in this town. That person is the only variable in our plan, so we have to investigate thoroughly. Hearing the black-robed figure's words, Noah's eyes suddenly shone. I see. Are these guys here for me as well? Unfortunately, they didn't seem to know that the person they were investigating was right in front of them. Perhaps the black-robed figure didn't put a human in his eyes and ignored Noah's existence. That was why he was talking to himself without a care in the world. As for Glendale, that guy wouldn't think about anything other than fighting. He probably didn't even think about who Noah was. As long as he could enjoy himself, it didn't matter. With that thought in mind, Noah looked at the black-robed figure and spoke. "You are from the disaster squad, right?" When Noah spoke, the black-robed figure seemed to have finally noticed Noah's existence. He turned around and looked at Noah with interest. "You are the one who turned Glendale into this. You are a human, right? Aren't you going to answer with a question?" Noah said with a half-smile. "But even if you don't say anything, we can basically guess your identity. It's useless to deny it. Now, other than the disaster squad, no one will come to this town to do anything sneaky. Sorry, we didn't do anything shameful. We just want to say hello to the God Slayer in this town," the black-robed figure said. "But you're right. Now, all the mythical forces have started to cooperate and reached an agreement to not invade each other, except for the vampires. But the vampires are also considered to be neutral. Only the disaster squad is clearly standing on the opposite side of all the forces. It's not difficult to guess who we are." In other words, the black-robed figure was. What a surprise. Noah laughed in spite of himself. "Originally, I thought that after losing the two biggest factions, the Demon King faction and the Hero faction, the group of Calamity would be greatly weakened and wouldn't dare to be so arrogant for a short period of time. I didn't expect that after only a month, you can't wait to take action again. Are you that keen on working as terrorists?" Losing the Demon King faction and the Hero faction has indeed caused a serious loss to the disaster squad. But if it's just combat power, it can be replenished at any time. The black-robed figure shrugged. "Just like the evil dragon you see now, we have successfully resurrected him. Next, we only need to resurrect the evil dragons that have been destroyed in the past one by one. The vacancy of the Demon King faction and the Hero faction can be completely filled. There is no impact at all." "How did you do it?" Noah stared at the black-robed figure closely. "The disaster squad already has the technology to resurrect the dead. As long as the soul is still there, it's not difficult to do things like resurrection. Basically, every mythical power has more or less mastered some resurrection techniques. After all, they all have gods." The black-robed man spoke with assurance. "However, no matter which faction it is, they can't completely resurrect the dead. For example, the God of the Bible and the 4 old demon kings are examples that can't be resurrected. But we did it, although we are still adjusting it." Hearing that, before Noah could speak, Glendale grumbled in a disgruntled manner. "I told you, don't worry about that kind of thing. Hurry up and make me another body. I want to beat that human up. The evil dragon's body can't be made just because you say so, especially when that is not in my hands." The black-robed figure didn't even look at Glendale and said so. "If you want to recover your body, then go back first." "I can't wait until then," Glendale shouted. Then his eyes that were filled with hostility turned to Noah. "If that's the case, even if only my head is left, I want to fight to my heart's content. Let me see if I can crush your throat in this state." Only his head is left, and he still wants to fight? Just like what Drake said, this guy is a complete lunatic. Being entangled by this kind of guy is really disgusting. "Give up." The black-robed figure said the same thing. "Even when you have a complete body, you can't beat an opponent. With your current state, even if you beat him to death, you can't win. Then let's beat him to death," Glendale said as if it was a matter of fact. "That's more satisfying, isn't it? If that's what you want to do, then I won't stop you." The black-robed figure glanced at Glendale, and his tone became cold. "But I hope you don't forget that you are still in the adjustment stage. If you continue to mess around, I don't know if you could be resurrected next time." "How boring." Glendale was silent for a moment, and then smacked his lips in dissatisfaction. I know. I admit defeat, all right? Then hurry back and change your body," the black-robed figure said decisively. "The next battle will be the highlight." With that said, the black-robed man snapped his fingers and a teleportation circle flickered beneath Glendale's head. "Hey, that human over there." Glendale glared at Noah fiercely. "Don't think that you've won. Even if I'm smashed to pieces, as long as I can still fight, I'll beat you to a pulp sooner or later. Don't die too quickly. The one who can kill you should be me." After saying that, Glendale's body was shrouded by the light from the teleportation circle. Noah quietly watched as Glendale disappeared into the teleportation circle. He didn't make a move, nor did he stop him, which surprised the black-robed figure. "I thought you would stop him. If I can make that disgusting bastard disappear, I don't mind doing so," Noah said indifferently. "But since you have mastered the technique to resurrect life, even if I stop and kill him, he will be resurrected sooner or later. If that's the case, it doesn't matter if I stop him or not, right?" A very clear judgment. The black-robed figure clapped his hands in praise. As expected of the godslayer that all mythical factions fear, Noah raised an eyebrow. It seemed that the black-robed figure had finally noticed his true identity. However, it wasn't hard to guess. To be able to crush a dragon, king-class, evil dragon with a wave of his hand, and to be a human, in this town, only the godslayer could fulfill these conditions. At this moment, the black-robed figure slowly took off his hood. A young man appeared under the hood. A young man with silver hair as pure as moonlight. The young man introduced himself. "I am Euclid Lucifer Gus." Lucifer Gus. Noah was stunned. He seemed to have heard this name somewhere before. Moreover, Noah always felt that he had seen the appearance of a young man who claimed to be Euclid Lucifergus somewhere before. While Noah was still in a daze, the young man Euclid said, "The purpose of coming to this town was to see how powerful you are. But now, it seems that Glendale alone is not enough to test your true strength. However, we will prepare a stage for another battle with you. Let's meet again in the territory of the vampires." After saying that, Euclid returned to the teleportation circle that had been there since the beginning and slowly disappeared on the spot. Looking at Euclid's departure, Noah fell into silence. Chapter 1906. Evil Dragon? In the Paranormal Research Department's office, a Satchel looked at Noah, who was sitting opposite him, in shock. The mass of calamity actually revived that thing. The battle between Noah and Glendale had alarmed the demons, angels, and fallen angels who stayed behind in Coal King Town. It was only after Euclid and Glendale had left that the Jamonli's kin rushed over. After that, Noah contacted a Satchel and had him come here to tell him about the situation. Therefore, apart from a Satchel, the Jamonli's kin were also present. "Evil Dragon," Lyeth said as if she had a headache. "I didn't expect that a legendary dragon would appear in my territory. This is really unsettling. Glendale, the evil dragon that was destroyed by the famous Norse hero Beowulf." Junai's expression became troubled. "If we were to face an enemy of that level, I'm afraid we'd be in trouble. In the past, when Glendale was still alive, many heroes were killed by that evil dragon. It was only when Lord Beowulf intervened that the dragon was annihilated," Los Vias said. "That the famous dragon that was recorded in the ancient books of Norse. It was said that it was completely destroyed, and logically speaking, there shouldn't be any possibility of it being revived. It's because it can do that it's scary," Yudu said solemnly. "If the massive calamity can revive a target that was completely destroyed, perhaps the other evil dragons have been revived as well. I heard that among the evil dragons, the most powerful and famous ones are the Celtic Clon Kuvok, the Persian Azidahaka, and the Hindu Apophis." Rebel's face was filled with unease. Don't tell me that even those evil dragons have been revived? I can't refute that." Kitten lowered her head with a rare, solemn expression. "But I didn't sense the presence of any other evil dragon other than Glendale. The Jamonli's kin were able to find Noah immediately because Kitten had sensed the evil dragon's presence. However, Euclid seemed to have made preparations beforehand and set up a barrier around Glendale to prevent the transfer spell from being activated. That was why Kitten could not immediately summon the Jamonli's kin to the scene, even though she had sensed the evil dragon's presence in advance. She only arrived after Euclid and Glendale had left. Are there still that many dangerous dragons? They're all dragons that even those who haven't read the Bible are familiar with. Although there are no other mythical dragons in the Bible. Isha, Genova, and Irina hid in a corner and whispered to each other. Their expressions were not as solemn as the others. Only Gasper, who had always been timid, had a look of fear on his face. He was just short of running away. "All right, you don't have to worry so much," Noah said comfortingly. "The resurrection of the evil dragon is no doubt bad news. But even if the sky falls, we'll be here to hold it up. You guys are still young, and it's too early to think about fighting against a dragon king-level evil dragon and a legendary-level demonic dragon." "What?" Riaz said rather awkwardly. "Undoubtedly, Master is only a few years older than us. You guys are just looking for trouble if you compare yourself to him." Athasher smiled bitterly. "Among all the mythical influences in the world, those with high authority have lived for at least tens of thousands of years. Even your elder brother, who is a demon lord, is merely a kid who has lived for several thousand years in their eyes. In the end, even those Azura gods and Buddhas are extremely fearful of your teacher. Compared to him, you're just asking for trouble. He is the only exception in the world. However, Noah is right. You guys are just young people who haven't even graduated from high school. You guys belong to the new generation in the demon realm. Although each of you is very outstanding, it's still too early to think about fighting against a dragon king-level existence." Athasher waved his hand. "Every dragon king-level existence is at least comparable to a demon king. Even I don't have the confidence to win against them. You guys who have participated in the battle against the evil god, Loki, should know how dangerous it is. If you meet them, you must not fight them. Do you understand?" The Jemangli subordinates looked at each other in dismay before nodding helplessly. Noah and Athasher's expressions relaxed a little. "Compared to the evil dragon, I'm actually more concerned about something else." Athasher stroked his chin. "That Euclid guy told you to see you in the territory of the vampires, right? What does that mean?" "I'm not sure." Noah knocked on the table and narrowed his eyes. "However, it has to be the vampires. I have a bad feeling about this. The vampires were a very ancient race and had a class system very similar to that of the demons. They were existences that could only live in the darkness, and they valued bloodline and status very much. Just like how there were pure-blooded demon families among the demons, the vampires were also led by nobles. Although the vampires' territory also had a modern lifestyle, because they had absorbed many new vampires from the modern era, the nobles with noble bloodlines seemed to have maintained a medieval lifestyle. This was very similar to the demons. The demons had also absorbed many reincarnated demons, and their lifestyle had greatly improved. They had modern high-rise buildings and medieval castles. It was very incredible. The difference was that the demons lived in the underworld, while the vampires lived in a corner of the human world. However, this race had always maintained a certain distance from the other forces. The vampires valued bloodline more than any other race. This race that lived by blood was also more xenophobic than any other force. They were extremely repulsed to come into contact with other non-human beings and lived according to their own values. They had no intention of coming into contact with other forces at all. To put it nicely, they were conservative. To put it bluntly, they were too arrogant and did not care about the existence of other races. Therefore, even if all the mythical forces in the world had reached an agreement and cooperated with each other, the vampires were still stubbornly sticking to their views and had no intention of coming into contact with other forces. Perhaps the vampires have their own reasons for this? Athaziel sighed. After all, the vampires have always been an internal strife since hundreds of years ago. It was said that hundreds of years ago, the vampires had a huge rupture. From then on, the vampires were divided into two factions. One was the male Sepeshi faction. The other was the female Camilla faction. These two factions had always been in conflict since hundreds of years ago, and until now, there had been no conclusion. Could it be that the vampires are already in cahoots with the Disaster Squad? Laybell raised her hand. The vampires have always been stubbornly sticking to their own views and not coming into contact with us. Is it possible that they have already joined forces with the Disaster Squad? The one who answered this question was none other than Gasper. I don't think that's possible. Gasper mustered up his courage and said, "The vampires value bloodline very much, and even mixed bloods will be looked down upon by them. The Disaster Squad has humans, demons, fallen angels, and all kinds of other races. With the vampire's values, it's impossible to come into contact with them. These words, coming from Gasper, who was both a vampire and a mixed blood, was undoubtedly very convincing. I don't think the vampires have joined forces with the Disaster Squad either, Leah said. If that's the case, the vampires will try to come into contact with us. If they can get on this side, it will undoubtedly be more beneficial for the Disaster Squad, right? That would be the so-called traitor. Noah had also considered these questions. It's just that I have a feeling that things are not as simple as we think. Noah shook his head. No matter what, Athaziel, I think we need to go to the vampire's territory in advance. Asashel nodded his head heavily. At this time, a communication magic circle opened up beside Athaziel's ear. After a while, Athaziel stood up in surprise. The vampires plan to talk to us. Athaziel's words stunned everyone, including Noah. Chapter 1907. The next day, as usual, Noah lived his life as a teacher in the Coal King Academy. After school, he brought the Jimmins into the training space for special training, as usual. He only brought Orpheus back to the apartment after dark. When it was late at night, Noah asked Aster and Athena to accompany Orpheus while he went out and returned to the school. He went to the Supernatural Research Department's office. Every member of the Jamonli family was present. Asashel was also present, except for Elias and Asashel, who were sitting on the sofa in the office. Everyone else stood behind the sofa. The atmosphere in the air was somewhat heavy. The people present did not talk as unbridled as before. Instead, it was as if they deliberately lowered their voices and whispered to each other. Even Elias and Asashel were affected by the atmosphere and did not speak. They just sat there with their eyes closed, as if waiting for something. In such an atmosphere, Noah's arrival seemed to have broken the silence and attracted everyone's attention. No one spoke. However, Noah's arrival clearly eased everyone's expression a little. Okay, Asashel finally spoke. Since even the Godslayer is here, no matter what the vampire's purpose is, they won't be able to cause any trouble in front of this guy, right? Yesterday, the vampires, who had been showing a clear refusal to the other forces, suddenly contacted the demons, angels, and fallen angels, indicating that they wanted to have a meeting. Moreover, the target was not any of the leaders of the demons, angels, and fallen angels, but Elias. This matter caused great confusion and doubt to the demons, angels, and fallen angels, and it also shocked the Jimmins. Although Elias was the next leader of the Jimmins were at best just one of the pure-blooded demon families in the demon realm. Their status was not high enough to represent the demon realm to talk to the other forces. Under such circumstances, it was really inconceivable that the vampires, who had been refusing contact before, suddenly wanted to have a meeting with Elias. Moreover, the vampires did not seem to be targeting the Jimmins, but Elias herself. Therefore, there was no doubt that this meeting definitely contained information that others were unaware of. In this regard, the demons, angels, and fallen angels even held a meeting and finally decided to accept the talks with the vampires. Still, it was worrying to have only Leah's and the Zamonli's kin talk to the vampires. Thus, Asashel volunteered to participate in this discussion as the guardian representative of the Zamonli family. Noah, on the other hand, was a witness to the negotiations. Naturally, he had a legitimate reason to stay. As for the time of the meeting, the vampires expressed that the sooner the better, and directly set it for the next night. The location was none other than the Supernatural Research Society of the Coal King Academy. Listen up, little ones. Noah's eyes fell on the Zamonli's kin who were standing behind Elias as he instructed them. Later on, no matter what the other party says, none of you are allowed to interrupt in case the other party makes use of you or has something that could be used against you. Do you understand? The group of Jimenez nodded in agreement. Only Gasper had a complicated expression on his face. Vampires were a race that placed great emphasis on bloodlines and viewed humans as prey and bait. For vampires who valued bloodlines, mixed bloods were naturally the most lowly existences. One could only imagine what kind of treatment Gasper had suffered in the past. Leah's had secretly told Noah that Gasper had escaped from the vampire's territory and was unfortunately discovered by the church's exorcist, who almost killed him. Leah's, who had discovered Gasper, used a demonic pawn when Gasper was on the verge of death and reincarnated him into a demon, making him one of her own kin. This timid and slender young man had lived quite a hard life in the past, and all of this was thanks to the vampires. That was why Gasper was so resistant to go into the vampire's territory. Now, under unexpected circumstances, he had to meet the person in charge of the vampires face to face. It was not hard to imagine how Gasper's mood was. To be honest, it was not an exaggeration to say that the vampires' values were the worst in the eyes of humans and kind-hearted people. Noah also did not have any good feelings about this race. However, Noah would not point fingers at other people's lifestyles. That was just putting his values into other people's values. Therefore, Noah only said this to Gasper. If you want to leave, it's not too late. That one sentence made everyone look at Gasper. Gasper, Leah said gently. Don't force yourself. It's okay. It's okay. Gasper shook his head and mustered his courage. Compared to hiding in the room alone, I'd rather be with everyone, even if we're facing vampires. This wasn't unreasonable. Then you can watch from the side. Noah nodded. Maybe the other party will choose to meet with Leah's, and it might have something to do with you. After leaving such a seemingly persuasive sentence, Noah sat down beside Leah's. After all, the other party asked to talk to Leah's. Therefore, Noah and Asashel both sat beside Leah's as people related to her. Until a certain moment, a strange feeling began to spread throughout the entire space, and everyone's spirits were lifted. Here it comes. Leah's subconsciously wanted to stand up. However, Noah and Asashel pressed Leah's shoulder at the same time. Don't overreact. Asashel patted Leah's shoulder. It's just the beginning. You're the main person of the meeting. There's no reason for you to stand up and greet him. Noah pursed his lips and turned his gaze to Yudu. Yudu, go and greet the guest. Understood. Yudu nodded and immediately walked out of the office. The atmosphere in the office became even more tense. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. Yudu opened the door with impeccable etiquette and allowed the guest to slowly walk in from outside. Everyone's eyes were immediately attracted to the guest. It was because the person who came in was too eye-catching. It was a young girl wearing a medieval princess dress. The girl had a delicate face and wavy blonde hair. Her figure was petite, and her eyes were as red as blood. She looked like a delicate puppet, giving off an unusual sense of beauty. Rather than saying that his skin was white, it would be more accurate to say that it was pale. She looked to be about 16 or 17 years old, about the same age as the Jimenez's family. Behind the girl, there was a man and a woman. The man and woman seemed to be just followers, but their skin was also terrifyingly pale, just like the dead, and their bodies were fluctuating with an indescribable sense of coldness. They were pure-blooded vampires. Compared to Gasper, who felt human, they seemed to be a race that did not fit in with humans. The leading vampire girl took a step forward, lifted the hem of her dress, and bowed like a noble. I'm Elmaine Shelton Gerstein. You can call me Elmaine. The vampire girl's voice was very pleasing to the ears, and her tone was quite polite, but it made everyone present feel a sense of superiority. That kind of feeling, although not to the extent of causing disgust, made people subconsciously think that the visitor was not friendly. Gerstein, Asashel stroked his chin. I remember, he seems to be the highest noble in the Camilla faction, one of the two major vampire clans, right? In other words, he was the noblest pure-blooded descendant of the vampires, other than the Opesh and Camilla factions. Leah nodded and turned her gaze to Elmaine. Although there are many things I want to ask before that, please have a seat. Elmaine nodded and sat down opposite Leah's. Chapter 1908. Before we start the meeting, there is one thing I want to ask first. It's related to whether the next topic can be carried out smoothly. As soon as he sat down, Elmaine Schursding immediately spoke. Moreover, as soon as he opened his mouth, everyone was taken aback. Someone among us vampires has become the host of the Divine Annihilation Tool. Do you already know this news? What? Asa Schurz was the first to react, and almost stood up in surprise. A vampire has become the host of the Divine Annihilation tool? It seems that you haven't received the news yet. Elmin Schursding seemed to have confirmed this matter and said to himself, "However, that's not surprising. Recently, you have been focusing on the peace talks between the major forces and haven't received any information from us." Hearing that, Asa Schurz put away his shocked expression and faintly showed some regret. Indeed, recently, Asa Schurz has been busy with the peace talks between the major forces and relaxed a lot about the vampires. Asa Schurz was prepared to go to the vampires' territory again after the event. He didn't expect that with this relaxation, he didn't even get such important information. If it was Noah, he would also feel very annoyed, right? However, after a while, Asa Schurz took a deep breath and calmly spoke. Did the vampire get the Sephiroth's cup, or the Telos Karma? There were a total of 13 types of divine annihilation tools. According to the ranking, the 13 types of divine annihilation tools, from high to low, were True Longinus, Brilliant Thunder Prison, Zenith Tempest, Annihilation Maker, Dimension Lost, Sephiroth's Cup, Red Dragon Emperor's Boosted Gear, White Dragon Emperor's Light Wings, Divine Dividing, Lion King's Battle Axe, Regulus Nemia, Innovation Clear, Eternal Ice Maiden, Absolute Damage, Incinerate Anthem of the Purple Flame, Sacrificial Lord, Black Blade's Dog God, Canis Lycan, Telos Karma. At this time, when all the major powers had reached an agreement, the whereabouts of 10 types of God extermination tools had been confirmed. The demons had the Lion King's Axe, Regulus Nemia. The angels had the Brilliant Thunder Prison, Zenith Tempest. The fallen angels had the Black Blade, Canis Lycan. On the human side, there was a magic association that had the Absolute Damage. The captured heroes had True Longinus, Annihilation Maker, and Dimension Lost. In a group of magicians that kept a distance from the three major forces of demons, angels, and fallen angels, and was regarded as dangerous and lawless by many magicians, there was the Incinerate Anthem of the Purple Flame Ritual Master. As for the Red Dragon Emperor's Boosted Gear and White Dragon Emperor's Light Wings, Divine Dividing, these two God extermination tools were in the hands of Noah and Wally, respectively. As for the remaining Sephiroth's Cup, Innovate Clear, and Telos Karma, their whereabouts were still unknown. Their whereabouts had yet to be confirmed. It was said that the current demon king Beelzebub, Achuka, who was also a surpasser like Syzax, seemed to have obtained the Innovation Clear and was researching it. However, whether this news was true or false had not been confirmed. As for this Sephiroth's Cup and the Telos Karma, there wasn't even the slightest bit of information about them. If the vampires had a God's End relic, then it could only be one of the Sephiroth's Cup and the Telos Karma. Thus, Elmin Shelton also answered, "The God extermination tool in the possession of the vampires is Sephiroth's Cup." Sephiroth's Cup. Just as the True Longinus referred to the famous Lance of Longinus, the Sephiroth's Cup referred to the famous Holy Grail. Really? Asashel couldn't help but mutter. The legendary Holy Relic actually fell into the hands of the vampires? We also think that this is a joke. After all, we have always been enemies with the Church, Elmin Shelton said self-deprecatingly. As vampires, they actually went after the Church's Holy Relic. This is the biggest joke. It wasn't just Elmin Shelton. Even Aisha, Genova, and Irina, the three former members of the Church, had a complicated expression. In response, Asashel only said this: "Since the vampires didn't give up on this holy relic and still keep it, then it proves that you want to use its power, right? Please don't joke around, okay?" Elmin Shelton said with some disgust, as if he was insulted. The Camilla faction is a noble clan of vampires. They would never pursue that kind of holy relic. It's not the Camilla faction that keeps the Sephiroth's Cup, but the Zepesh faction. The Zepesh faction? Everyone looked at each other. Lyeth couldn't help but speak up. Since it's the Zepesh faction that owns the Sephiroth's Cup, as members of the Camilla faction, why are you here? Our purpose is simple. Elmin Shelton looked up and turned to Gasper, who was behind Lyeth. In order to resist the power of the Zepesh faction that has obtained the divine relic, We, the Camilla faction, need a countermeasure, and that is Gasper Verratti. Gasper was stunned on the spot. The Jamonli's kin were also shocked. In other words, Asashel asked with an uncertain tone, "You want to use Gasper's power to deal with the Zepesh faction?" "That's right." Elmine Shelton nodded. "That's the purpose of our trip." "No way." Lias rejected without even thinking about it. Gasper's divine relic is powerful, but it can't compare to the divine relic. You're sending Gasper to his death. However, Liath's words made Elmine Shelton frown deeply. "What's wrong?" Elmine Shelton couldn't help but blurt out, "Don't you know the true power hidden in that mixed blood's body? The true power hidden in Gasper's body." Everyone was stunned. On the side, Noah's eyes flickered slightly. Chapter 1909. Everyone could understand Elmane Shelton's thoughts. The so-called God's extermination tool was just like its literal meaning. It was a tool that could exterminate even gods. Although having a divine annihilation tool did not mean that one could kill a god, at least with a divine annihilation tool, there was a slight possibility of killing a god. It was the same even if the user was a human. Cao Cao was the best example. The hero's descendant was very capable, and his comprehensive strength had even reached a 4-digit level. Even Noah had to use the divine annihilation tool before he gained a few gains over the past month and improved his strength greatly. Wally even forced Tyrannosaurus out. However, without the Holy Spear, no matter how capable Cao Cao was, he would be at the bottom of the 5-digit level at best, or even less than that. It was because of the Holy Spear that Cao Cao became the strongest human in this world, leading all the heroes' descendants and heroes' descendants. His strength and means were not weak. Of course, to be able to fully unleash the power of the Holy Spear and even develop 7 different subtypes of Divine Annihilation Tool, it was clear that Cao Cao himself also had extraordinary abilities. However, it was because of this that the power of the strongest Divine Annihilation Tool was fully revealed, making people more aware of how unfair the Divine Annihilation Tool was. The vampires began to have internal strife hundreds of years ago and had been in a stalemate. The two factions, Capesh and Camilla, had never been able to determine a winner. Even if there was a difference in strength between them, there was definitely not much difference. However, the appearance of the Divine Annihilation Tool could completely destroy this balance. With the power of the Divine Annihilation Tool, the Capesh faction could definitely defeat the Camilla faction and gain true control of the vampire's world. Understanding this, the Camilla faction naturally had to think of ways to deal with the Divine Annihilation Tool that destroyed the balance. That was why the Camilla faction took the initiative to propose a meeting. The reason why the target of the meeting was Liath was also very simple. It was because they wanted to use the power of Liath's kin, Gasper, who was once persecuted by the vampires, to deal with the Holy Grail. However, just like what Liath said, although Gasper's divine artifact was very powerful, it was not to the point where it could rival the Divine Annihilation Tool. Not to mention, the Holy Grail was ranked 5th among the God's Destruction artifacts. It was only below the top 4 God's Destruction artifacts. The Camilla faction was naturally aware of this, but Elmane Shelton still came for Gasper. The reason was because there was some kind of power hidden in Gasper's body. Not to mention the others, even Gasper himself didn't know about this matter. Because Gasper had long since been in a state of panic. My body has a hidden power? Gasper was at a loss. That kind of thing, how is that possible? Everyone, including Leah's who was Gasper's master, was at a loss. Seeing this, Elmane Shelton's crimson eyes flashed, and there was some pity in his eyes when he looked at Lias. So that's how it is. You don't know the truth about Gasper, Verity? If you knew, you wouldn't have accepted such a servant, right? What do you mean by that? Lias was getting a little angry. No matter what kind of power is hidden in Gasper's body, he is still my kin. I will never look down on him because of the so-called truth. Is that so? Elmane Shelton nodded a little dismissively. If that's the case, then let us return to the main topic. I still say the same thing. Please lend Gasper Verity to us. We need his power to deal with the Zepesh faction. His tone was as if he was not talking about a person, but an item. To Elmine Shelton, or the entire Camilla faction, what they were interested in was Gasper's hidden power, not Gasper himself. Understanding this point, everyone's face darkened. At this time, Elmine Shelton spoke again. Of course, we didn't come empty-handed. Elmine Shelton took a document from the vampire guard beside him, put it on the table, and pushed it in front of a satchel. Governor of the Fallen Angels, please take a look. Aesir's frowned slightly and took the document. After glancing through it a few times, his expression began to turn ugly. I see. For the first time, a satchel looked at Elmine Shelton with an extremely unhappy gaze. The peace agreement on the Camilla side. Are you going to use this in exchange for us to hand over Gasper? What? Everyone was taken aback. Peace agreement? Taking out a peace agreement in this situation? This was simply telling everyone that if Gasper was not handed over to the Camilla faction, then the vampires would not conclude a peace agreement. As we all know, you're now issuing peace agreements to all forces equally for the peace of the world. In the past, you have contacted the vampires more than once, but at that time, we were too busy to respond. Elmine Shelton covered the corners of his mouth and said with a dignified and polite smile, Now, Her Highness the Queen of the Camilla faction has decided to accept everyone's peace agreement and show the greatest goodwill. If you don't respond to this agreement, then we'll take it that you refuse to join us vampires. In the future, we will no longer open our doors for you. Originally, when all the mythical forces except the vampires had concluded a peace agreement, a satchel could force the vampires to abdicate and let them sit at the negotiating table. After all, the other forces had concluded a peace agreement, but the vampires intended to act alone. In that case, they could force the vampires to abdicate by saying that they were disrupting the peace. If the vampires did not have the idea of disrupting the peace, then why not conclude a peace agreement? And if the vampires had the idea of disrupting the peace, then all the forces would have a good reason to act. They could degrade the vampires to terrorists like the Disaster Squad and intervene by force. In the face of all the mythical forces in the world, how could a small force of vampires resist? Therefore, the final result was that the vampires had no choice but to sit at the negotiating table no matter how much they rejected contact with the other forces. In the end, when Elmine Shelton used this move, the situation was completely different. If Leah's and his satchel refused to hand Gasper over to the Camilla faction, then the Camilla faction would treat it as a failure of the negotiations and announce to the world that they wanted to conclude a peace agreement, but were rejected. In this way, from now on, the extremely xenophobic vampires would be able to justifiably stop contacting the other forces, and the other forces would no longer have a reason to target this point and force the vampires to conclude a peace agreement. That was why Satchel's expression was so ugly when he understood that. Elmine Shelton was playing the diplomatic card. In other words, he was using a servant of the next head of the Gimli family in exchange for the peace agreement of the entire Camilla faction. Leah's could not refuse, because if she refused, in the eyes of the other forces, it would be seen as the demons taking the initiative to screw up the peace agreement with the vampires. The result would be that all the other forces would be dissatisfied, and the demon's credibility would plummet. If the entire demon world was harmed for a servant, then not to mention Leah's and the Gimli family, even Sizak's, the Demon King's right to speak would be severely reduced, and he would be firmly crushed by the others in terms of political power. Leah's, who understood the danger, began to tremble. That was caused by the anger in her heart. The conflict between vampires only needs to be resolved by the vampires themselves. That's enough. Elmine Shelton showed a victorious smile. So, all you need to do is lend Gasper Verratti to us, and there will be no more requests. We vampires do not need the intervention of outsiders. Undoubtedly, they had already proposed a peace agreement, and yet they still spoke as if they were against life forms other than vampires. This made everyone's hearts begin to burn with anger. These people were not sincere at all. Just when everyone was angry but didn't dare to say anything, Noah, who had been listening quietly at the side, let out a sigh, attracting everyone's attention. Then Noah spoke for the first time, since the beginning of the meeting. Leah's, Noah said very calmly. Refuse. Chapter 1910. When Noah's voice spread throughout the Paranormal Research Department's office, everyone suddenly fell silent. Leah's, Asashel, and the Jamonli's kin were all stunned on the spot. The victorious smile on Elmine Shelton's face suddenly froze, as if he had only just realized Noah's existence. Elmine Shelton's pair of red eyes turned to Noah. After sizing up Noah, he was surprised. Human, Elmine Shelton seemed to have thought of something. You are the god slayer that all the mythical factions fear. In such an occasion, I hope you notice my other identity. Noah met Elmine Shelton's gaze and said very casually, I am the witness of the peace agreement between the factions. Since the Camilla faction has handed over the peace agreement at this time, then I should be able to speak, right? Since the famous Godslayer has said so, we naturally can't refuse. Elmine Shelton's tone was very stiff, and his gaze towards Noah was a little angry. However, your words just now, sir, can I take it that you have refused to conclude the peace agreement with us, the Camilla faction? Isn't that a matter of course? Noah said without hesitation. The so-called peace agreement is ultimately for world peace. Who needs to be sacrificed to get peace? That kind of peace, it's better not to have. With one sentence, the haze and hesitation in the hearts of Leah's, Asashel, and the Jamonli's kin were completely blown away. Well said, teacher. Leah's could not help but say. Who needs to be sacrificed to get peace? The kind of peace is definitely not what everyone wants to see. I have to say, I'm also old and muddle-headed. Asashel laughed self-deprecatingly and threw the document in his hand directly on the table. You don't even understand such a simple principle and even have hesitation. You have lived for so many years in vain. You. Elmine Shelton was startled and couldn't believe what he was seeing. Are you really going to refuse the peace agreement of the vampires for a mere servant? Are you crazy? You're the one who's crazy, not us. Noah looked at Elmine Shelton and said without a hint of confusion, life is a priceless treasure. There is no difference between high and low, and there is no possibility of its value being reduced because of the quantity. Using a life to weigh the weight of an agreement is wrong in itself. Since I am the witness of the negotiation, I will not allow it to go on. The way Elmine Shelton looked at Noah had completely changed. It became extremely inconceivable. It wasn't because Elmine Shelton had been convinced by Noah's theory. On the contrary, Elmine Shelton only felt that Noah's brain was broken. On the other side was a demon servant. On the other hand, the Camilla faction had joined. Everyone knew which side was more important, right? How dare he use the saying that life is a priceless treasure to make up the numbers? That kind of guy whose bloodline wasn't even pure. What kind of value would he have? Noah's voice was extremely abrupt, and it entered Elmine Shelton's ears and pierced her heart. You must think so, right? Elmine Shelton, whose thoughts were directly guessed, widened her eyes. Seeing this, Noah sneered. I say, Miss Vampire, personally, I really hate you vampires who treat bloodline as everything and take pride in your values. But I'm a human, and I don't have the right to use my values to criticize other people's values. But because of this, I need to remind you that since I didn't use my values to criticize you, then please don't use your self-righteous values to measure how much we value something. Noah glanced at Elmine Shelton, whose expression changed slightly. In your eyes, it's just a mixed blood bastard, but in our eyes, it's an irreplaceable companion. Do you think you can win by playing the diplomatic card? If that's the case, as a witness to the negotiation, I'll tell you my thoughts. Noah glanced around at everyone present and said in an unquestionable tone, I don't agree with this negotiation, and I suggest rejecting the negotiation with the Camilla faction. You? Elmine Shelton's delicate face was replaced by anger. The situation that originally leaned towards the Camilla faction was directly declared to have collapsed because of Noah's words. This is your decision? Elmine Shelton took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in her heart, and looked at Lise and Asashel. If you reject our negotiation, you won't get the vampires to join us in the future. Elmaine Shelton's words made both Leah's and Sashel hesitate. There was no way not to hesitate. Although Noah's words were very much in line with Lise and Sashel's thoughts, the agreement with the vampires was also extremely important. If the negotiation here broke down, there would be no chance to conclude a peace negotiation with the vampires in the future. In this way, as mentioned before, Lise and Sashel, who caused the negotiation to break down, would have to bear the responsibility, causing the demons and fallen angels to be condemned by all the other forces, resulting in a series of consequences. Therefore, Lise and Sashel still had to hesitate. However, at this time, Noah curled his lips and smiled. Who said we can't get the vampires to join us? Isn't there still the Sypesh faction? Well, what? Elmaine Shelton was stunned at first, but then she immediately understood, and her expression finally changed drastically. Are you going to conclude a peace negotiation with the Sypesh faction? Since the Camilla faction is using such an attitude to negotiate with us, haven't you considered that this will push us to another faction in the vampire world? Noah looked at Elmaine Shelton and said with a faint smile, "Since the Sypesh faction has caused you to be in danger with a divine destroyer relic, then, with our help, the Camilla faction will probably be finished. When the time comes, we will conclude a peace negotiation with the Sypesh faction and also obtain the Vampires Alliance. There won't be any problems, right?" Elmaine Shelton lost her elegance for the first time. Her hand was trembling as she pointed at Noah, and her frighteningly white face was full of anger. You actually want to reconcile with a faction that has abandoned the dignity of the vampires to pursue the holy relic. Looking at you, you really didn't think of this. Noah sneered. That's true. In your opinion, no one would choose to be with a person who is willing to degenerate. But as I said just now, that's your value. To you, the Sypesh faction who is actually pursuing the holy relic is a group of lowly and degenerate people as residents of the dark side. But in our opinion, it's inconceivable that the dignity of the vampires is restricted to this aspect. Noah was extremely sarcastic. Of course, whether or not to conclude a peace negotiation with the Sypesh faction will have to wait until we sit down and have a good talk with them. As for you, go back and change your attitude. Think about how to show your sincerity and then come to us in the future. With that, Noah stood up directly, as if he had lost interest in Elmaine Shelton, and spoke to Udo on the side. Udo, send the insincere guest away. Elmaine Shelton stood up as if she couldn't bear it anymore, and a strong aura fluctuated all over her body. The two followers behind Elmaine Shelton also took a step forward with a furious expression, and their bodies trembled with visible coldness. However, that intimidating aura and coldness all collapsed and disappeared completely under Noah's casual gaze. With Elmaine Shelton taking the lead, the three vampires all took a step back. Tomorrow, we will go to the vampires' territory and make a trip to the Sypesh faction, Noah said calmly. You just have to pray that the Sypesh faction is the same as you and not to our liking. Otherwise, the Camilla faction won't exist in the vampire world for too long. The meeting thus ended with Noah's strong performance. Chapter 1911. Elmaine Shelton left with his two guards in a dejected manner. It was not until Elmine Scherzinger left that the tense atmosphere in the Supernatural Research Department's office relaxed. Then, the group of Jamonli's followers cast admiring gazes at Noah. Teacher is amazing. Irina's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed excitedly. In just 2 or 3 moves, those annoying vampires were all defeated and fled. Those vampires are really annoying, Kitten said in a low voice. They're too self-righteous. Everyone nodded. Noah's strength, for the Jamonli's followers, greatly helped them vent their anger. They all felt that their thoughts were a lot clearer. Unfortunately, this way, the Camilla faction's path is completely blocked. Athasher sighed. Although it was very satisfying to be so strong just now, there are many consequences. Next, if even the negotiations with the Opesh faction break down, then the Vampires Alliance will really become impossible. This was undoubtedly very disadvantageous. However, Elmine Scherzinger did not seem to have thought of this, so he was completely suppressed by Noah. However, since Noah chose to be strong, it proved that he had some confidence in his heart. At least, for Noah, since the vampires were in internal strife, there were as many loopholes as he wanted to take advantage of. It was not difficult to achieve his goal at all. Compared to that, what kind of power does the Holy Grail have? Noah said, I'm more concerned about this aspect. Hearing this, Athasher gave a direct answer. The power of the Holy Grail can subvert the common sense of life. Subvert the common sense of life. Noah was startled. That's right. Athasher nodded. Take vampires, for example. Even ordinary people know their weaknesses. If they're stabbed in the heart by a wooden stake, they will die. If they're stabbed by a cross, they will die if they're exposed to sunlight. And if they're hit by a silver weapon, they will be seriously injured. And the purer the bloodline, the more obvious these weaknesses are. Don't demons also have weaknesses of light and holiness? To demons, light was a deadly poison. Therefore, if the light power of angels and fallen angels hit a demon's body, it would definitely cause irreparable injuries or even death. As for the weakness of the divine attribute, that was even more obvious. For example, if a holy sword was struck by a weapon that specifically countered creatures of darkness and demonic nature, even its existence itself could be obliterated. That's a flaw that all living things are destined to have. Even gods have weaknesses. It's easier to understand if you say that it's a characteristic of life. Asashel narrowed his eyes. However, if the Holy Grail is using the power of the Holy Grail that can overturn the common sense of life, such weaknesses will be completely erased, and they will become a creature without any flaws. The Tapishi faction probably wanted to use this power to become a flawless creature, right? However, in the eyes of the other vampires who were extremely concerned about their bloodlines, such behavior was simply negating everything about their bloodlines. Wouldn't it be a denial of the vampire's way of life if he were to modify himself at will? Therefore, to the Camilla faction who thought highly of themselves, the Tapishi faction was a group of depraved people. It was not surprising that they felt that their existence was an insult to all vampires. This was the reason why Elmane Scherzinger was so disgusted with the Tapishi faction. However, everyone was more afraid of the power of the Holy Grail, a divine relic that overturns the common sense of life. Genova muttered, as expected of the holy relic that was once used to contain the blood of Jesus. Although it was not like the Holy Grail of the Shape Moon world that could become a wish machine, in the category of manipulating life, the Holy Grail of this world could be said to be almost omnipotent. It said that if the power of the Holy Grail is used to the extreme, one can even obtain an eternal body. Even if the dead soul is resurrected, that's, Asashel said, but halfway through his sentence, he suddenly froze. It was as if he had been struck by lightning and remembered something extremely important. His eyes widened. Following that, Asashel could not help but mutter, resurrection of the dead, vampires, evil dragons. This sentence caused Noah's eyes to flash. He suddenly raised his head and met Asashel's gaze. The group of Jimenez's followers were not fools. They immediately understood what Noah and Asashel were thinking of. The evil dragon that was resurrected by the disaster squad. The evil dragon that should have been completely destroyed was actually resurrected. Did this not seem like the common sense of life had been overturned? In other words, the resurrection of the evil dragon was most likely due to the power of the Holy Grail. Now, the mystery is solved. Noah was speechless. No wonder that fellow called Euclid said to meet again in the territory of the vampires. So, the vampires have really joined forces with the disaster squad? Everyone was speechless. Since the evil dragon was resurrected, it proved that the Holy Grail that fell into the hands of the Saipesh faction was indeed used by the disaster squad. There was no room for objection. Moreover, the Saipesh faction was already using the Holy Grail to perfect their own lives. They had done something that the Camilla faction saw as tarnishing their own bloodline. So, they would not be as proud of their bloodline as everyone had guessed, and not contact the disaster squad, right? In other words, even if the Saipesh faction did not join the disaster squad, they were definitely in cahoots with the disaster squad. We're in big trouble now. Asashal's eyebrows were tightly furrowed. It seems that this trip to the vampire's territory will not only involve us in the conflict between the Saipesh faction and the Camilla faction, but also clash with the disaster squad. And our previous plan is completely ruined. Lyeth was also frustrated. If the Saipesh faction is really in cahoots with the disaster squad, then there's no way we can reach a peace agreement with the Saipesh vampires. And the negotiations with the Camilla faction have already broken down. Zhu and I said worriedly. It seems that the peace agreement with the vampires is really not going to happen. The atmosphere began to become heavy. However, Noah chuckled and dispelled the heavy atmosphere in one fell swoop. No, this is actually more beneficial to us. Noah looked at Asashal. If the Saipesh faction is really in cahoots with the disaster squad, then even if they are harboring criminals wanted by all forces, we have the right to intervene, right? Asashal? We have the right. Asashal also showed a smirk. As long as we can intervene and break the vampire's insistence of not contacting the outside world for many years, then the values of the inhabitants of the vampire world will definitely be impacted. By then, even if they are unwilling, the vampires will have to sit down with us and have a talk. As long as there was a chance to talk, the vampires were destined to be at a disadvantage under the pressure of all the mythical forces in the world. By then, they could bring up the matter of hiding the terrorists of the disaster squad. In order to avoid being treated as an accomplice of the disaster squad, the vampires could only raise their hands and surrender, obediently signing the peace agreement. The only thing left is the lack of evidence. Noah snapped his fingers. Asashal, the original plan remains unchanged. We will go to the vampires' territory tomorrow. If the disaster squad appears there, then the evidence is conclusive and no one can doubt it. But then, the possibility of conflict with the disaster squad and the Saipesh faction at the same time is also very high. Asashal stroked his chin and suddenly smiled as if he thought of something. Looks like I have to find a few reliable guards to go with me. Let's go together. Leah's pressed on Gasper's shoulder with a determined look on her face. What kind of power is hidden in Gasper's body? I am very concerned about this, and I have to find out. Me too. Although Gasper was very hesitant, he also had a determined look on his face. I don't want to be seen as a strange thing. If there is really some strange power in my body, at least I have to find out about it. Is that so? Noah looked at Leah's and Gasper, then looked at the Jamonli's kin and nodded. In that case, you will be my guards and come with me. Yes, teacher. The Jamonli's kin answered in unison. Just like that, the plan to go to the vampire's territory was put on the agenda. Chapter 1912. The nation of vampires was not a particularly big secret to the people of the inner world. That was because it was in the human world. Moreover, it was deep in the mountains of Romania. Usually, the surroundings of that deep mountain would be covered by a very high-level barrier. That barrier not only had the function of blocking incoming enemies, but also had the function of concealment and interception. Concealment naturally referred to the concealment of the scenery within the territory. Outsiders would only see a dense mountain and not a nation of vampires. Interception referred to methods, such as blocking teleportation magic that could directly enter the territory of vampires. Therefore, if one wanted to enter the nation of vampires, they would either have to register in the nation of vampires so that they could directly use teleportation magic to enter in the future, or they could only go on foot. In view of this, everyone needed to first fly to Europe through multiple teleportation magic before heading to the vampire territory in Romania. Of course, that did not mean that everyone would really have to walk over. It was just that they could not perform instant teleportation. Therefore, Asashal had already prepared a variety of means of transportation over there. There were not only vehicles, but also planes. They were quite well prepared. As for the travel expenses, there was no need to worry at all. Not to mention that Asashal was the governor of the fallen angels and had the support of an entire force behind him. Even Laias was the next master of the Gimli family and was extremely wealthy. There was no need to worry about such things at all. Therefore, everyone only prepared some luggage before dawn. After dawn, under the lead of Noah and Asashel, they entered the teleportation magic formation and teleported to Europe in one go. Then, they boarded a plane and headed to Romania. After arriving at their destination, everyone changed to vehicles and drove into the mountain road to head to the vampire territory. Due to the large number of people, there were a total of 10 Gimli family members. In addition to Noah and Asashel, there were a total of 12 people. One vehicle was naturally not enough. The preparation of the vehicles was not a problem. Even though they were in a hurry, Asashel still prepared 2 vehicles. Genai, Genova, Irina, Gasper, and Losvia shared a vehicle, and the driver was Yudu. Noah, Laias, Aisha, Kitten, and Laybel shared a vehicle, and the driver was Asashel. Mountain roads were always difficult to advance. Along the way, everyone was in a bumpy ride. After a full hour of bumpy ride, they had only covered less than half of the journey. The surroundings were filled with thick fog. If it was an ordinary person, not to mention driving, even if they walked, they wouldn't dare to rush through such a dense fog, right? Otherwise, once they got lost in such a deep mountain, it would be almost fatal. Not to mention, if something went wrong and he fell off the cliff under the influence of the fog, he might even lose his life. However, Asashel continued to drive with ease, as though the fog had no effect on him at all. He continued to drive forward. Noah, who was sitting in the passenger seat, glanced at the rearview mirror. In the back seats, Lyeth, Aisha, Kitten, and Laybel were all fast asleep. Listening to the orderly breathing of the girls, Noah suddenly spoke. Have Vale and the others arrived? His words made Athashel's hands tremble, and he almost drove off the cliff. You? Asashel uttered in shock and helplessness. Have you already guessed it? I guessed it a long time ago. Noah pursed his lips. Since you said you wanted to find a few reliable guards, but didn't let them move with us, who else could it be other than a shameful Vale and his teammates? Vale's situation wasn't very good. Because he took Orpheus away without permission, Vale was regarded as a traitor by the Disaster Syndicate and was currently wanted by the Disaster Syndicate. Vale and his group were former terrorists and were also wanted by the major mythical organizations. Under such circumstances, Vale and his group were like rats crossing the street, and everyone wanted to beat them up. If they didn't live in hiding, how could they avoid the arrest of the 2 factions? However, Vale shouldn't think that there was anything wrong with this situation, right? After all, being wanted by all the mythical organizations and all the terrorists at the same time, and there was an endless stream of people chasing after them, it would definitely greatly satisfy that battle maniac. It was just that Vale himself was very satisfied, but whether Athashel would continue to look at it like this was another matter. After all, he was raised by you from a young age. He is equivalent to your son, Noah said with a smile. If possible, you must try your best to lead Wali back to the right path and let him return to your side. However, it is also a fact that Wali used to be a terrorist. If you directly bring him back, you will definitely be troubled by the major forces. Since that is the case, it is not strange to find a way to let Wali redeem himself and make up for his mistakes, right? If he wanted to redeem himself and make up for his mistakes, wasn't this trip to the vampire camp a good opportunity? If the members of the disaster group could be found in this operation, it would promote the successful conclusion of the peace agreement between the vampires. At that time, even if Athathiel brought Varley back to the Fallen Angel camp, no one would gossip about it anymore. I really can't hide anything from you. You are indeed the God Slayer who single-handedly promoted all the mythical organizations to conclude the peace treaty. I can't help but admire you. Athashel smiled bitterly. Well, after all, Vale's team is full of some amazing guys. The first Sun Wukong, the descendants of the King of Knights of Great Britain and the Cat Elf, the Demon Wolf, who can even kill gods, and the strongest White Dragon Emperor in history. It is not a bad thing for us to win over this force, right? That's not something I should care about. Noah shrugged. I am just a witness to the peace treaty between the various forces. You can think about things outside the peace treaty. It has nothing to do with me. You're quite clear about it. Athashel snorted. However, Orpheus has always been feared by the major mythical forces because he doesn't have direct contact with them. If he maintains an aloof status, the deterrence of the major mythical forces will be greater. You can continue like this. Anyway, world peace depends on you, Lord Godslayer. World peace. Noah smiled without denying it, then asked directly. So, where are Vale and the others now? They are probably in the territory of the vampires and have sneaked in. Before they are clean, those guys can't enter the territory openly, Athashel said. By the way, yesterday, Vale was also attacked by an evil dragon. Attacked by an evil dragon? Noah raised his eyebrows. Is it Glendale again? No, the evil dragon Vale encountered was not Glendale. Athashel's expression became a little solemn. Vale encountered Dahaka, the three-headed demonic dragon of the sect of fire. Noah's pair of dark and deep eyes flickered slightly. Athashel did not notice Noah's reaction and continued to drive, while saying so. The dark dragon of New Moon, Klonkawa, the forbidden dragon of Manipul, Dahaka, and the dark dragon of origin, Apophis. These three evil dragons are of the highest level even among all the evil dragons. They are second only to the Red Dragon Emperor and the White Dragon Emperor of the two heavenly dragons. If the Disaster Squad really intends to use the power of the evil dragons, they will definitely target these three evil dragons. Therefore, we have to be mentally prepared in advance to face these three terrifying evil dragons. Compared to Glendale, Arizona Dahaka was undoubtedly much stronger. If the Disaster Squad used the power of the Holy Grail to revive all the evil dragons that were as famous as Dahaka, it would be a huge threat even to the major forces. Because this time we have you, an out-of-the-norm Godslayer. With us, we can come with such a large number of troops. Athashel sighed. Otherwise, in the face of enemies like the three-headed evil dragons, the rest of the evil dragons, the Disaster Squad, and the Vampires Taichi faction, it would not be strange even if the major forces sent out their gods to form a crusade team. Noah fell into silence. Dahaka, the three-headed demonic dragon of the sect of fire, the highest level of evil dragon. Thinking of this, Noah suddenly laughed. Then let me see what kind of ability the three-headed demonic dragon that has not transcended its own myth and become the final trial of mankind is capable of. Chapter 19:13. Wow. At the top of a cliff, the young girls of the gypsies looked at the scene in front of them and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. That was a rare sight of snow in normal times. Romania was a country with almost the same solar cycle as Japan. If Japan was welcoming winter, it was almost winter here too. However, the temperature here was lower and colder than Japan, and some places snowed all winter. This was one of those places. Therefore, the scene in front of them was completely covered by white snow, and the temperature was quite low. Even demons would feel cold. Therefore, the gypsies had already changed into winter clothes, and only Noah and Athaziel were still wearing their own clothes. Looking ahead, everyone could clearly see a city in front of them. It was a city surrounded by a hazy fog. That was naturally the city of vampires. In the city of vampires, the modern buildings were like a circle surrounding a magnificent castle. That castle was the royal city of the Capes faction. The buildings around the royal city had a contemporary style, as well as ancient medieval mansions. Combined together and covered with thick snow, it looked quite incredible. However, regardless of whether they were modern mansions or ancient mansions, the buildings here all shared a common characteristic. That was, no matter which building it was, there were very few windows, or even none at all. For vampires who lived in the dark, the purpose of windows was probably just for ventilation and not for sunlight to shine in. After all, sunlight was the weakness of vampires. Because of this, at this time of the day, almost all vampires who were night residents were sleeping at home, and very few people were walking around in the city. Even if there were people walking around, those people would wear thick clothes in order to not expose their skin. Of course, even if they didn't do this, there would still be people who moved around during the day, right? Noah heard that vampires were divided into daywalkers and nightwalkers. As the name implied, the former were vampires who could move around in the sun, but they were relatively rare. The latter were absolute residents of the dark, completely unable to move around in the sun, and made up the majority of vampires. Gasper inherited the bloodline of a daywalker, and with his human part, Gasper could move around in the sun as usual. Other than that, the Nightwalkers were also active during the day, because in the vampire city, it was always shrouded in a very thick fog during the day. It was a fog created by a vampire's ability. Controlling fog was one of the abilities of vampires. If it was a high-ranking vampire, it wouldn't be strange for him to create a fog that covered an entire city. The fog was both a barrier and a means to detect the enemy. It could also block the sunlight, allowing the vampires to gain a certain degree of mobility during the day. By the way, the Camilla faction was located not too far away from here. Therefore, the arrival of Noah and his party should not only have been reported to the Keipeshi faction, but also to the Camilla faction. Our first destination is the royal city of the Sepishi faction, Athathiel said to everyone. There, we need to talk to King Seps first and then decide what to do next. The arrival of Noah and his party must have attracted the attention of the Keipeshi faction and the Camilla faction. Next, the Keipeshi faction should send someone here to contact Noah and his party. The Camilla faction, whose negotiations had failed, should also make corresponding countermeasures. It was even possible that they would send someone to prevent Noah and his party from contacting the Keipeshi faction. In other words, a battle could happen at any time. If they didn't enter a state of alert at this time, they would definitely be at a disadvantage if they were ambushed. Under such circumstances, Athathiel had entered a state of mental concentration, and the Jamanli's followers were in a formation. Although it was called a formation, it was actually to let Gasper, who was in charge of support, and Isha, who was in charge of healing, stay in the middle. The rest of the people surrounded the two of them, ready to deal with the enemy at any time. Only Noah left the main group and went forward boldly. He came to the edge of the cliff and looked at the city in the distance. At this time, Noah felt that the huge city was shrouded in an undercurrent instead of a fog. There was an indescribable sense of oppression. It's too quiet. Noah couldn't help but whisper. There's an indescribable silence. It's like the dead silence before the storm. This was the feeling that the Keipeshi faction's capital gave Noah. And this feeling gradually became stronger as time passed. The Jamanli's followers began to look at each other. Asashel furrowed his brows tightly as he muttered under his breath. That's not right. It's been so long. Even if the Camilla faction didn't take action, the Keipeshi faction should have taken action. Why hasn't anyone come? This was really a little abnormal. For the extremely xenophobic vampires, if someone broke into their territory, it was impossible not to send someone to check. But until now, neither the Keipeshi faction nor the Camilla faction had come. That was too abnormal. Just as this thought appeared in everyone's mind, Noah's eyes flashed, and he withdrew his gaze from the vampire city. He turned his head and looked in another direction. Seeing Noah's action, the Jamanli's followers were stunned. Only Athathiel immediately turned his head and looked in that direction with Noah. It seems that we have someone else to entertain us. Asashel folded his arms, and 12 black wings suddenly spread out from his back. His gaze was fixed in front of him. Aren't you going to come out and say hello? If the Jamanli's followers still did not react, they would be real fools. At that moment, all the Jamanli's subordinates suddenly turned around and stared ahead, mana fluctuations rising from their bodies. It was only at this moment that a casual voice sounded softly. Was it so easy to be discovered? As expected of the governor of the Godslayers and fallen angels. As these words were spoken, a figure slowly walked out from the forest in front of them. The newcomer had a head of silver hair. It was not Wally. It was Euclid, who Noah had met once yesterday. Sure enough, we meet again in the territory of the vampires. Euclid immediately looked at Noah and spread his hands. I knew you would come sooner or later, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. Noah didn't say anything. He just looked at Euclid. Nobody knew what he was thinking. On the other hand, Liath looked at the silver-haired Euclid with a somewhat bewildered expression. That appearance, that silver hair, and that aura, it's really like Liath's whisper clearly reached Euclid's ears. Euclid turned his gaze and looked at Liath. Looking at Liath's bright red hair, his eyes became extremely cold and indifferent. Same to you, Liath Gimli. When I see your red hair, I can't help but think of Syzax, that hateful fake demon king. A fake demon king? She stared straight at Euclid. Are you a demon of the old Demon King's faction? You don't need to know. No, it should be said that you will know sooner or later, Euclid said coldly. Then his gaze turned back to Noah. You're a little late. Just last night, there was a coup in the Saipesh faction. Now, the Saipesh king has fled, and a new king has been born. That person is the holder of the Holy Grail. W.H. What? A Sashel exclaimed. Coup! Coup! Gimli's kin were also shocked. Even Noah was slightly startled and showed a surprised expression. Coup! A coup at this time? Isn't that too much of a coincidence? Could this also be the arrangement of the Mass of Calamity? By the way, the newly crowned king is no stranger to the vampires over there. Euclid glanced at Gasper, the corners of his mouth slowly rising. The new king is called Valerie Saipesh. You haven't forgotten, have you? V.A. Valerie? Gasper's eyes widened, full of disbelief. That expression made Euclid smile happily. If you rush over now, you might be able to see a good show. After saying that, Euclid decisively retreated and left the scene. Wait, Gimli's kin instinctively wanted to chase after him. Don't chase. A Sashel immediately stopped them and said with a serious expression, Saipesh is more important now. The Jamanli subordinates glanced at each other and stopped. A Sashel then looked at Noah. Noah met a Sashel's gaze, nodded, and said concisely, Let's go. Everyone immediately soared into the sky without hesitation, turning into streaks of light as they flew towards the foggy vampire city, rushing towards the royal city of Opesh at top speed. Flying in the air, the cold wind whistled in their ears. However, Noah could still clearly hear Gasper's low muttering. Valerie, how could? It seemed that things were far more troublesome than he had imagined. Chapter 1914. Whoosh! The gale continued to howl. It was extremely cold and stung everyone's skin. With Noah and his Sashel taking the lead, the gypsies spread their bat-like, demonic wings and flew towards the royal city of Seeps as fast as they could. The buildings under them were like a revolving lantern, constantly receding behind them. Undoubtedly, there was a coup in the royal city. Even a new king had been elected, and the Seeps king was still on the run. However, the residents outside the royal city were calm, as if nothing had happened. It made one's heart palpitate. Under such circumstances, everyone flew forward as fast as they could, until a certain moment, a strange pressure suddenly surged from the front like an invisible wave and enveloped Noah's group. Everyone who was flying at high speed revealed shocked expressions one after another. Stop! Athashel yelled out. All of a sudden, a Sashel and his subordinates came to an abrupt halt in midair, as though someone had slammed on the brakes. Feeling the pressure that pervaded the entire space, Noah also stopped. For the first time, his expression became solemn, because the pressure was extremely strong. It was so strong that it was comparable to any of the three main gods of Greek mythology, Zeus, Hades, and Poseidon, that Noah had fought before. Under this pressure, Noah slowly raised his head and looked forward. On the only way to Seeps' royal city, a figure seemed to be waiting for the arrival of Noah and his party. He slowly floated in midair. It was a man, a very inconceivable man. The man was wearing a black coat, and his hair was fluttering in the wind. It was black and gold, as if they were naturally intertwined. The man's eyes also had two colors. His left eye was a very deep black. His right eye was a very bright gold. The aura that fluctuated around him seemed to be able to grasp one's heart tightly and crush it into pieces. It was terrifying and dangerous. Looking at the figure who had appeared out of nowhere and blocked everyone's path, everyone's body tensed up and cold sweat began to drip down their faces, including Asashel. At this moment, everyone clearly understood one thing. That man was definitely not ordinary. It was not a joke. The oppressive aura emanating from that person's body was already stronger than that of a god or demon king. It's him? Asashel stared at the man and clenched his fists. Did he really resurrect? Resurrect. Since Asashel said so, the man's identity was almost revealed. It can't be. Genova's voice became a little hoarse. Is that man an evil dragon? That's right. That man was an evil dragon. At least, Noah's superb senses told him that the aura fluctuating from that man was definitely not an aura that a human could have. It was an evil aura that was deeper, denser, and scarier than Glendale's. Although it was not like Glendale's aura that gave off a clear sense of evil, the man's aura made one's head tremble and constantly sent a message to his master. Danger. That man was extremely dangerous. At this moment, Draeger's voice also rang in Noah's mind. Although he looks like a human, but with this aura, I don't even need to think to know who he is. Partner, you've encountered a powerful dragon. That guy, is he really an evil dragon? It's not just an evil dragon. It's the infamous evil dragon, Dalag said. Even among the evil dragons, he is one of the strongest existences, the dark dragon of the new moon Clon Cuvok. Clon Cuvok, the descendant of the Celtic demon god Baelor. He had killed the divine king of the Danu gods, Noada. He was one of the strongest evil dragons alongside Az Dahaka and Apophis. Now, he appeared in front of Noah's group in his human form. Who would have thought that they would encounter one of the strongest evil dragons in the legends at this time? Clon Cuvok was one of the strongest among the dragon kings, only below the sky dragon level. The group of underage demons were so nervous that their palms were sweating. This is going to be troublesome. Asashel couldn't help but mutter. Even if it's me, I'm still no match for that guy. Yes, even the governor, whose strength was above the ordinary demon king level and enjoyed the highest level of power in the fallen angel camp, was no match for Clon Cuvok. Otherwise, Noah wouldn't be so serious. Noah glanced at the Opesh kingdom in front of him, then looked at Clon Cuvok, who was emitting a terrifying aura, and said indifferently, "You guys go first. You guys go first. Leave this to me." Teacher, the Jamanli subordinates were startled and turned to look at Noah. "Let's go," Asashel said decisively. Noah is the only one among us who can suppress that strongest evil dragon. If we stay, we'll just be a hindrance. With that said, Asashel didn't hesitate at all. He flapped the 12 wings on his back and flew in the direction of the Sepe's royal city. The Zamanli subordinates hesitated. "Let's go." Liaz bit her lip and ordered, "Leave this to teacher." As soon as Liaz gave the order, the Zymonians had nothing else to say. "Teacher, please be careful." With that, the Jamanli subordinates followed behind Athashel and flew in the direction of the KPZ royal city. Clon Cuvok didn't even move when he saw Athashel and the Jamanli's kin flying towards Kaipesh. His gaze landed directly on Noah's body. Noah, who was prepared to launch a thunderous attack when Clon Cuvok attacked Liaz and the others, raised an eyebrow. He met Clon Cuvok's gaze and seemed to understand something. "I see." Noah understood instantly. "So he's coming for me from the beginning?" Although he's different from that lunatic Glendale, Clon Cuvok is very interested in powerful dragons, Drake said. "He probably knows that you're the current Crimson Dragon Emperor, so he's interested in you. You have to be careful. That guy isn't something Glendale can compare to. An evil dragon that was second only to a sky dragon. As one of the two sky dragons, Drake knew very well the difference between Clon Cuvok and Glendale. That was why even though he knew about Noah's abilities, Drake couldn't help but remind him. Bam! However, before Daleg could finish his sentence, a deep sonic boom suddenly resounded. The figure in front of him suddenly shot in front of Noah like a cannonball. He clenched his hand, which turned into a ferocious dragon claw. With a sharp sound, he cut through the air and viciously clawed at Noah's chest. That attack came suddenly and fiercely, and there was no room for error. Once hit, even if he didn't die, he would definitely be severely injured. If Noah didn't have superb senses, he probably wouldn't have been able to react in time, right? That was why Noah's eyes suddenly focused, and the majestic energy circulating in his body instantly turned into divine power. Whoa! In the next instant, a dazzling golden aura fluctuated around Noah's body. It condensed and quickly turned into a solid shield of light. PSHHH. The sharp and ferocious dragon claw didn't stop at all. It directly landed on the shield of light and actually pierced through it. Immediately after, the sharp dragon claw was like a deadly scythe. It didn't lose its momentum and went straight for Noah's chest. Seeing that, Noah's eyes became more and more focused, but he didn't dodge. Instead, his entire body surged with even more violent divine power, replenishing the penetrated shield of light. The shield of light that was cleanly penetrated was replenished by the vast divine power. It was as if it was frozen, and the sharp and ferocious dragon claw was firmly locked in place. The ferocious dragon claw that swept towards Noah's chest suddenly stopped. In the next second, Noah spat out a word. Explode. The condensed shield of light flashed with intense light. Chapter 19:15. Kaboom! In the foggy sky, a thunderous roar suddenly resounded, shaking the extremely dense fog in the surroundings to the point that it suddenly stagnated. It was as if it was swept up by a gale, stirring up the fog. The violent impact was accompanied by a burst of dazzling light in the air. It was as if a meteorite had suddenly exploded there, stirring up an extremely powerful shock wave and dazzling light that surged to the surroundings like a tide. Immediately after, two figures were blasted out from the explosion, causing friction with the air. Under the sharp sound of breaking through the air, as if riding on the powerful shock wave, they slid hundreds of meters away before finally coming to a stop. Noah raised his eyes and looked ahead. Coincidentally, Klon Kowak also looked over, and a hint of emotion finally appeared in its heterochromatic eyes. After an unknown amount of time, the powerful shockwave and blinding light that swept across the sky gradually dissipated. Noah and Klon Kowak stood some distance apart, looking at each other as if they were both getting to know each other again. They fell into silence. After a while, Klon Kowak spoke. "You are very strong." As soon as he spoke, the legendary mystic dragon, who enjoyed the title of the strongest evil dragon, acknowledged Noah's strength. That extremely sincere tone caused Noah to be involuntarily stunned, and a strange feeling arose in his heart. Evil dragons were extremely dangerous and uncontrollable existences. This was something that Drake had mentioned to Noah in the beginning. Therefore, almost all of the legendary evil dragons have been exterminated and only left behind in history. Because of this, Noah thought that the evil dragons were like Glendale. Even if they weren't as crazy, there must be something wrong with them. However, Klon Kowak gave Noah a feeling similar to Orpheus. It wasn't that Klon Kowak was as innocent as Orpheus, but that it was in his heart. This strongest evil dragon seemed to be like Orpheus, very pure, and not as crazy and dangerous as Noah had imagined. The more powerful the dragon, the purer it is. Recalling what Drake had told him in the past, Noah felt that this theory could be applied to the evil dragons as well. However, no matter how pure the cloned Koa was, this evil dragon was still very dangerous. There was no doubt about that. Disregarding everything else, the power displayed by the other party just now was enough to put Noah in danger several times. The title of the strongest evil dragon below, the heavenly dragon, was not just for show. Noah suppressed the strange feeling in his heart and met Klon Kvoch's gaze. "You are also stronger than I thought. Other than Orpheus, you are the strongest dragon I have ever seen in this world." As expected of the evil dragon who once killed the divine king of the Danu gods. However, if you want to stop me, you should at least show your true form, right? Although he was facing Noah as a human, Klon Kuvok was undoubtedly a dragon. Just now, when Klon Kuvok attacked Noah, Didn't he transform his arm into a ferocious dragon claw? This proved that Clone Kuvika's current form was only a disguise, and his true form was still that of a dragon. And of course, only by transforming into a true dragon would Clone Kuvika's full strength be displayed. In a short exchange, just now, Clone Kuvak did not use his full strength at all. Clone Kuvak seemed to have seen through Noah's thoughts and shook his head lightly. Indeed, the power that the dragon form and the human form can display is different, but in terms of strength, the difference isn't that big. After all, although the dragon form can display more power, the human form is more flexible in all aspects and has its own advantages. Changing one's form according to the situation will also be very advantageous in battle. And I think that, to deal with you, it's not enough to just rely on brute force. So, in the attack just now, I used my human form and also transformed into a dragon's hand. It can be considered as a half-dragon, which should be the best form to deal with you. As he said that, Crone Kovacs stared at Noah with a burning gaze. Also, you didn't use the power of a dragon, did you? I know that you are the current Crimson Dragon Emperor. From Clone Kuvika's eyes and words, Noah could feel the other party's attachment to the word dragon. Just like what Drake said, Clone Kuvak must have an unusual view and thought about dragons. Understanding this, Noah, who was preparing to use another cosmology, glanced at Clone Kovac with a meaningful look. Then, he dismissed the idea of using another cosmology. Now was the time to race against time. The coup d'etat in Seep's kingdom was still ongoing. With that in mind, the best course of action was to use another cosmology and take down the strongest evil dragon. However, with Clone Kuvika's attachment to dragons, if Noah couldn't satisfy him, perhaps this evil dragon would be like Glendale and pester Noah until he died. In that case, in terms of time, it would be more likely that he would be pestered even longer after using another cosmology. If that's the case, I might as well satisfy you a little. As soon as Noah finished speaking, a crimson-red gauntlet flashed and appeared on his right hand. Clone Kuvika's gaze immediately landed on the gauntlet. His black and gold eyes seemed to be able to see the soul residing in the divine artifact. He spoke softly. "Long time no see, Drake." Clone Kuvika's words made the jade on the back of the gauntlet flash. "Indeed, it has been a long time." Drake's voice came from the jade. "The last time we met was when I wasn't sealed and you weren't destroyed, right? The last time we met, you weren't like this." Clone Kuvak tilted his head and said, "However, you're wrong about one thing. I haven't been destroyed." "What? Noah was stunned. "Haven't been destroyed?" Drake was even more shocked. "You haven't been destroyed?" "That's right." Clone Kuvak nodded. "Let's not talk about the other evil dragons, but I haven't been destroyed. After all, compared to the other evil dragons, I'm considered honest, so no one targeted me. In other words, you've been alive since ancient times until now." Drake seemed to be in disbelief. "Then what have you been doing all this time?" "Nothing much," Clone Kuvak said. "I've been observing dragons all over the world and persisted in training." Such a pure and honest answer. Not to mention Drake, even Noah was speechless. Observing dragons all over the world all this time? With Clone Kuvaka's persistence towards dragons, that was indeed possible. But persisting in training all this time? Since before Drake was sealed, Clone Kuvak had persisted in training all this time? In that case, what level had the evil dragon, who had been known as the strongest evil dragon after the heavenly dragon, reached? As if he saw through Noah and Drake's thoughts, Clone Kuvak suddenly smiled and his entire body surged with a terrifying aura. That aura was far more powerful than what they felt before. That was what Clone Kovac had said. "Now, even if it's the old Drake, I don't think I'll lose." His words caused Noah's eyes to narrow slowly. "I've miscalculated, partner." Drake's voice became serious. "Clone Kovac has probably surpassed himself and reached the level of a Rubian and I. What did this mean? That evil dragon has most likely reached the level of a sky dragon. Even if it's compared to the top 10 in the world, it wouldn't lose out." This was Clone Kuvaka's true strength. At this moment, a burst of laughter rang out in the air. "An evil dragon that has reached the level of a sky dragon? I'm interested in you." Following this sentence, a white meteor shot out from the other side of the sky. Chapter 1916. Silver Juggernaut Overdrive. Fall the absolute law to the white dragon emperor of darkness. Noah, on the other hand, was completely stunned. That juggernaut form can only be used for a few minutes. If the power is overused, it may even be counted in seconds. Therefore, Wally Lucifer will probably end the battle quickly. Noah directly went into the hole. Just as Drake had said, Varley's figure suddenly transformed into a white meteor, drawing several beautiful trajectories as he violently shot towards Klon Kvoch's direction. In the flash of silver, the pure white color of Wally's armor was mixed with silver, gradually turning into a silver full-body armor. Its shape also changed slightly, becoming like an organic composition. The two heavenly dragons that have been fighting and killing since ancient times are actually standing together like this. It's really a rare scene. The most basic point was that the Tyrannosaurus was a power born from curse. When it was activated, it would be accompanied by astonishing resentment and hatred. It was extremely ominous. Is that so? Klon Kowak stopped smiling and nodded very seriously. That's right. A battle without any glory is meaningless. Even if you're a dragon that is called the embodiment of power, you should follow your own glory and fight. Thank you for letting me see your way of the dragon, White Dragon Emperor. It was a power that was very similar to the Tyrannosaurus, but it was poles apart. The two were actually evenly matched. It looked like a real white dragon. A coup was taking place in the royal city, but the ordinary residents outside were not aware of it at all. With such a whisper, an unprecedented and astonishing power soared from Wally's body, turning into spiritual energy that was visible to the naked eye, surging in all directions. However, Wally Lucifer has adjusted the Tyrannosaurus and redeveloped it. He only drew out the power of the Tyrannosaurus and completely swallowed the curse with his own fighting spirit, causing the Tyrannosaurus to evolve into a new form. It avoids danger and can still grow. It was difficult for a heavenly dragon's power to defeat a real heavenly dragon for only a few minutes. Varley's whole body swelled with a terrifying aura, like a hurricane, sweeping in all directions. With that, Noah no longer paid any attention to the two meteors colliding repeatedly in the sky. They flew in the direction of the royal city of Opesh. It was just that Noah's swaggering intrusion attracted a huge commotion. Klon Kowak, one of the strongest evil dragons in the legends. He has been training since ancient times and has already reached the level of a heavenly dragon. Varley stared at Klon Kowak, his voice filled with battle intent. The deafening sound of the collision resounded. I just think that a battle without glory is meaningless, Wally said bluntly. Simply put, Tyrannosaurus Rex had no side effects at all. Tyrannosaurus Rex without any side effects. I shall become the immaculate Dragon Emperor. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Wally's body, Klon Kowak's expression became more and more solemn. But at the same time, his fighting spirit also burned like flames. However, at this moment, the Tyrannosaurus Rex that Wally activated did not have any negative emotions or ominous aura. Under such circumstances, Wally bathed in an astonishing amount of spirit energy, like an erupting volcano. The wings of light on his back spread out, and one of his hands was raised high. The pure white armor was wrapped in a holy light, and the precious gems on every part of it immediately blossomed with dazzling light. I shall awaken as an opponent. It's really the most suitable. However, at this moment, a big hole had been broken in the barrier. It should be the work of a Sashal and Jamonli's subordinates. Moreover, it was Wally who had entered the forbidden state. Because the opponent also chose to fight with pure strength, that's why they are evenly matched, right? But it was precisely because of this that Noah was so surprised. Noah, who had seen Wally's Tyrannosaurus Rex, was certain that the power Wally was using now was very similar to Tyrannosaurus Rex, but it was fundamentally different from Tyrannosaurus Rex. The power that the previous Crimson Dragon Emperor and White Dragon Emperor were unable to achieve was now finally achieved by Wally. If we must fight, I hope to challenge him as Wally Lucifer and not follow the fate of the Crimson Dragon Emperor and White Dragon Emperor and fight without any purpose. The white meteor and the black meteor soared into the sky like two thunderbolts chasing after each other. All the way up, they collided again and again, stirring up sounds of collision that shook the heavens and the earth. It set off waves of shock waves that stirred up the space, causing this part of the world to suddenly become a battlefield that no one could enter. In terms of strength alone, Tyrannosaurus Rex is definitely at the heavenly dragon level. Since that Tyrannosaurus Rex has inherited all of Tyrannosaurus Rex's strength, it's naturally the same. However, if it's just strength that's at the heavenly dragon level, it can't compare to the strongest evil dragon that has truly reached the heavenly dragon level, Drake said. What did this mean? Even so, in the end, Wally should be undefeatable, right? The energy fluctuations on Wally's body continued to rise, causing space to distort slightly. The surrounding fog also became chaotic and trembled. If that's the case, then thank me with a battle. Wally took a step forward and said in a low voice, I want to accompany you, Klon Kvotch. Let's fight again next time if we have a chance. I will lead thee to the pinnacle of silver fantasy and demonic path. This generation's Crimson Dragon Emperor and White Dragon Emperor are both terrifying existences that the previous generations cannot compare to. Although Tyrannosaurus Rex is very outstanding in terms of strength, it is accompanied by life-threatening danger and the possibility of going berserk. That is a cursed power. Drake's voice sounded in Noah's mind. Klon Kvotch resolutely used his full strength against Wally, who was using Tyrannosaurus Rex. A shockwave suddenly spread out like a huge explosion, setting off a frenzied airflow that mixed with the dense fog in the surroundings and rushed in all directions. In the next second, Klon Kvotch turned into a black meteor and shot forward, meeting the white meteor head-on. White Dragon Emperor. Klon Kvotch looked at Wally, then looked at Noah, who was standing side by side with Wally, and couldn't help but smile. It was a person covered in pure white armor, with a pair of faint blue light wings on his back. A burst of silver light blossomed from Wally's body, instantly illuminating the entire world and dispelling the surrounding fog. Surprisingly, it was Wally. In the past, Noah and Wally had fought before. Noah Dole, look carefully. This is the power I developed to defeat you. Noah's eyes also flickered slightly, and his gaze fell on Wally. The reason was that K-Peshi's entire royal city was enveloped by a huge barrier. Silver Tyrannosaurus Rex. In that battle, Wally used Tyrannosaurus Rex and displayed a power that was not inferior to gods and demon kings. However, although the danger is avoided, the consumption is unavoidable, right? Drake said, Dong. However, since Wally blocked the opponent, I'm happy to do so. Noah smiled. Immediately, Wally began to chant. Klon Kvotch immediately roared to the sky, and his body suddenly expanded, bursting the coat on his body. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a pitch-black dragon, shaking with a terrifying aura. In the sharp sound of breaking through the air, the white meteor streaked across the sky, carrying a whistling force. Under Klon Kvotch's gaze, it swept past Noah's side. At this moment, Klon Kvotch's gaze suddenly froze. Only then did the white meteor stop, revealing its full appearance under the light. It's not just you. Partner, White Dragon Emperor, is also exploring a new way to use Tyrannosaurus Rex, and has succeeded, Drake said solemnly and helplessly. Roar, 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 roar. Whoosh. After all, although Tyrannosaurus Rex did not have the side effects of Tyrannosaurus Rex, the consumption was unavoidable and could only be maintained for a few minutes at most. Through the dream of dawn with infinite destruction, go to Tyrannosaurus. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.